This is Crossing Over with Jessica Arianes.
Shalom, shalom, everybody. You're tuned in to Crossing Over. I'm your host, Jessica Arianes, and with me tonight is Brother Koresh. Before we get started, shalom, Brother Koresh, can you hear me?
Before we get yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yes. All right, we were having some technical difficulties, but I think we're okay now, and hopefully everyone can hear us out there in YouTube land. So I'll just get a mic check. If I can get a mic check from one of my moderators, Corinne, I see that you're there. And Taylin, if you can give me a mic check, I'd appreciate it. All right, let's get started tonight. We're going to talk about the second Exodus, if there is such a thing. And I'm sure that you've heard various teachings surrounding that topic, a second Exodus. And it seems to be something that's hidden, something you have to dig for. And Brother Koresh has done exactly that. He has dug out the second Exodus for us. And we're going to present it. This is going to be in two parts. The first part, tonight, we're going to talk about the harvest. And next week, Yah willing, we will talk about the conclusion of the second Exodus and what that looks like, both in the natural and in the spiritual. Before we get started, I do have a presentation for you. Let's put this up. And then Brother Koresh, I think we have your video that we would like to play as well. I think it's very apropos to tonight's presentation.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
All right, let's see what we got going on here.
Pt.1, go ahead and disregard the chase. We got him at San Jacinto and Pacific. Out there. 13, you're out there. 224, I was going out there. 24 got you out there, and 25 got you out there also. C7? Yes, ma'am, we'll be clear. E. Edward, and two would both be a 50. Auto radio and 5800 Blackwell. That's 718. On the end code.
Hallelujah. And we're going to play one of your songs here, Brother Koresh. That was supposed to be for our intro. Unfortunately, again, we were having some technical difficulties and it didn't work out the way we planned. But we're going to play your song Pieces. And before we do, can you give us some insight to that particular song that you wrote? Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the album called Shemesh Tzedekah, or Son of Righteousness. I made the album with 12 songs, each of the songs connected with each of the months of the year. And as you know, the sun goes through 12 constellations throughout the year, and it lasts a month on each of those constellations. Each of those constellations represent the 12 tribes, and they also connect with the manifestation of Messiah on this earth. For instance, he died on Aviv, which is the month of Aries, and he came as the lamb. The last comes as the ox, which would be Taurus. Then we have Gemini, which is first and last, or the twins, like I have said regarding the prodigal son being the last and the firstborn, Yahushua the first. Then we have, each of the constellations has a connection with what Yahweh would do on earth. That's why let it be like your will done on earth as it is in heaven. So not only above the firmament, but also what is written on the firmament to be manifested on the earth. So I made a song connected to each of those months. The song Pieces is the last song of those 12, and therefore is connected to Pisces. So it's called Pieces. because
Oh, I get it.
how it sounds in Spanish, and because of how the world will turn to pieces throughout the plagues of the end times. So, since it is, well, remember that Mashiach came to close the era of Aries and to begin the era of Pisces, and that's why he said that he would make his disciples fishers of men. And then when Pesach was to happen, which has connections to the end, Mashiach made a reference to Aquarius, and that is the era that, according to many, is just beginning. So, in this case, the Pisces, or the two fish, represent the two witnesses, and that's why I made a connection with Aharon and Moshe and the Exodus, and it begins with a joke from stand-up comedian who uses the Exodus as a joke, but it fits so well to what is happening around the world that's why I added that's the intro. But hopefully everybody will enjoy it, and I think you're going to play the one with the lyrics so that everybody can understand everything I'm saying.
No, actually, I didn't put the lyrics. I couldn't
Okay.
find that one. I tried, but again, I was having trouble. So the one that I have is featuring Harmon, and it's just the regular video.
All right. Oh yeah, it's
Sorry.
up to you. No, all good.
All right, here we go. Okay, here we go.
No, something is happening. The hurricanes and the snow. We've had everything. All these natural disasters: earthquakes, mudslides, fire, drought, floods, killer bees, pigs and dogs, and the flu. El Nino, La Nina, volcanoes, tornadoes. I say, let the Israelites go.
This beast will increase the peace. This world is at war because of the beast. Punishment, the reward from the west to the east. It will be best to prepare for the feast, from the first to the least. Everyone on the list will receive the release from Greece. Rome's power will cease. The enemy will be deceased. Scaring everybody with the coming disease. Using the police, keeping people from the streets. Bringing the economy to its knees. Multiplying the needs, modifying the seeds. They will pay for their deeds. Drown in the sea of reeds. Wait for the storm, this is just a breeze. Yahweh will take care of the trees. Bring salvation to these, like the Persians and the Medes. Conquer Babel with ease. These realities fall into pieces. They don't follow what the Torah teaches. So Messiah coming for the missions. People do not see the seasons and do not want to hear reasons. These realities fall into pieces. They don't follow what the Torah teaches. So Messiah coming for the missions. People do not see the seasons and do not want to hear reasons. Salvación es lo que muchos piden, pero no quieren hacer nada, solo siguen sus placeres. Satanás tiene su alma encadenada. Ninguno ha visto a Aren de la estrella de la madrugada. Muchas señales y ningún ciego quiere ver. Tienen hambre pero no quieren comer lo que les prepara Yahweh. Crea repudio en su ser, por eso Yahushua no pueden reconocer. Parecen monos, solo repiten lo que ven, esperando ver a Jesús van a perecer. Al último no podrán ni ver, a menos de que vaya a renacer. No haga que la piedra lo juzgue usted. Eso le daría puntos a Lucifer. Su alma para siempre va a perder. No hay peor ciego que no quiere ver. Espero su cerebro vaya a comprender. These realities fall into pieces. They don't follow what the Torah teaches. So Messiah coming for the missions. People do not see the seasons and do not want to hear reasons. These realities fall into pieces. They don't follow what the Torah teaches. So Messiah coming for the missions. People do not see the seasons and do not want to hear reasons.
Wait, are you guys telling me that you don't know the world is ending? Wait, are you guys telling me that you don't know the world is ending?
They are blinded by ISIS, have no use for the iris. Fear became a virus. They are not ready for Cyrus. Haven't read the papyrus, coming to destroy Tyrus. Get the incense, burn the lights with sense. Fisher of men, check the license. Double portion like Pisces. The end in the beginning when it rises. They ignore the prices. They don't even know who their Christ is. The one Yahweh despises, using so many disguises. That is why every crisis, you evoke the enemy, but you don't realize realize this. In society, there's none righteous. Reality shouldn't surprise us. It was all in the prophecy that all this would come to be. In the revelation, you can see the beast of the land and the sea, and the mark to control your destiny. But I got the recipe. Mashiach who died for you and me. Believe in confession is the key.
There it is. Definitive proof that the laws of nature are breaking down and the earth as we know it is officially doomed.
That was great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Praise God for that. No, I don't know if we're back on the air, but I think we are. Are we there? Okay. We're having a lot of trouble here, but hopefully that went through and broadcasted. And I think again that's very apropos to tonight's message. And if you'll give me just a second, um, let's get your presentation up
Go ahead.
and see if we can get it started. Okay. Yeah. All right, here we go, Brother Koresh. And again, thank you for joining us. And for the rest of you out there, thank you for tuning in and your support from last week. I know it's so funny, Brother Koresh, I started off last week by saying, hey, we're just going to have a short discussion. It turned into a 4-hour discussion.
Yep.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it was. But
Funny.
like, well, we're kind of used to it on this side. So, and I thought it was going to happen, but I'm glad. I think we discussed a lot of important information, and I'm sure tonight is going to be similar. Although I don't know how much time we have, but hopefully we can go through everything.
These are some very trying times that we're living in. I think that we have as much time as Yahoo allows. So we will go until we finish the presentation, of course. And, I got really excited just so that this is from your book, right? Just to let our audience know, this is from your book. What is it? The beginning from the end?
It is declaring the end from the beginning.
There you go.
It's a part of a verse from Isaiah. Declaring the end from the beginning. So the idea is to explain every part of the book of Revelation, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, in fact. So every chapter of the book deals with each of the chapters of Revelation. So if you need to read like Revelation 11, you just go to chapter 11 of the book. So that's the idea, so that everybody can get at least the main idea of what each of the verses in the book of Revelation has to say. And in this case, this is from the 12th chapter of it, which has to do with Revelation 12. And I think you added a little bit of information that goes along with it. So hopefully we can bounce back ideas so that everybody can understand what we're trying to compare.
Right.
tonight.
And so I just wanted to let everybody know that this is actually coming from his book. It's a small piece of a chapter in his book. And so lots of information there right now. It's currently in Spanish, but he is working on completing the book. And then the next stage would be to translate it into English. So stay patient. And again, we're going to gloss over a few things that you may not be, accustomed to hearing, or maybe it's something foreign to you. So we're not going to go into detail. We're going to wait again until we have a full picture. But I think we have enough information to at least present tonight on what the second Exodus is, biblically speaking. And we're going to start first with the secret place. There you go, Brother Koresh. It's all yours.
Oh, perfect. All right. So I was just answering Jerry, since he said hopefully Koresh has a piece I'm missing. Hopefully, let's hope so, brother. And well, we started with pieces, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A piece of the puzzle, huh?
Yeah. So, all right. In this case, one thing that as an introduction, remember that first of all, like we actually saw last week, the old covenant is a shadow of things to come. So, as well as Shlomo said, everything that was will be. So with only that two witnesses, we should understand that everything that happened in the past was a representation of things that would happen in the future. Now, obviously, and well, as I have said also, each prophecy has a literal and a spiritual manifestation. So Yahushua came as the lamb to take us out of slavery to sin, and he died on Pesach, just like on Pesach they sacrificed a lamb and then came out of Egypt and went on the Exodus. However, just like that happened in a spiritual sense, because Yahushua came as the spiritual lamb and died for our sin, which is a spiritual slavery. Uh, in the end times, there will be a manifestation of the Exodus, but in a more literal way, but even better than the previous one, because as we will see eventually, Yahweh said that we will no longer speak about the Exodus from Egypt. We will speak about the Exodus from all the nations where he put us, because he will be much more amazing than the first one. And with just that, we should understand that what many Jewish people or even Christians are calling the second Exodus, starting from 1948 till now, is not really the Exodus prophesied in scriptures, because it hasn't been more amazing than that of the first Exodus, with all the miracles that Yahweh did. So just that should make us think, and that is why, like I have also said, there are many Jewish people who are completely against the state of Israel, because they understand that it is not biblical, to put it a certain way.
Right.
So
It's more political than it is they
exactly,
believe that their Mashiach should come, establish the temple according to the prophet Jeremiah and other prophets, that if they build the temple, the Messiah will come
will come.
and
Yeah,
he will rule from Zion. And so they don't think that a political advisor who is doing business with the rest of the world is their Messiah, first of all. And second, what
yeah,
you mean, I think, is that what they were scattered, but those who have returned is not part of the fulfillment of those who will return to the land. And you're saying that there is a genuine movement, and we talked about this last week, right, where it's happening spiritually. He says, not by might, not by force, not by the strong arm of the hand, the flesh, the arm of the flesh. But he's saying that he will do it by his ruach, and he will gather his people and bring them back into a place of safety. And that's where you began in Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, right? Speaking of the woman who
yeah,
was fled to the desert. You want to start there?
yeah. So like I said, this is from Revelation 12 mainly,
Hmm.
and we have Revelation 12:6, where it says, the woman, which represents the congregation of the chosen few, just like the great whore of Babylon represents a false religion, a false congregation. So the true congregation is the virgin of Revelation 12. And it says the woman fled to the desert, it says also mountain, wild field, etc. Um, Meaning away from society, away as possible from civilization, and in this case also mainly from home and work, because this refers to the time when the beast will send his armies to mark everybody, to put the mark of the beast on each of the all human
Hmm.
beings. And that is key to understand everything that I'm about to say as well, because the part of what I was saying is how a lot of people think of the second Exodus as what has been happening since 1948, and Christians are just waiting for the rapture.
Mm. Mm.
So
The
there are
timing's
two,
off.
yeah, a lot
Their
of things are
timing's off.
off, and many don't even understand that there's a connection between the two. They're actually completely connected. One goes to the other. It starts with the
Mm.
second Exodus and ends with the transformation prophesied by uh, Paul and Shaul and in Thessalonians and Corinthians, which we'll see eventually. But my point is that Christians made a separation. They separate the people of Yahweh as Israel, and they even think that some that are not are the ones, and they call themselves, right, the Gentiles, not understanding that many of them are actually real Hebrews, real Israelites,
Mm.
but they were their identity was stolen, right? So they make a division, and they say, okay, so they had to go on an exodus back to Israel, and they think the political part is the fulfillment, and they say, talking about themselves,
Mm.
we are going to be raptured at some point, just taken away. um, and they use verses that they are taken out of context, that I hope we can see throughout this study, so we can understand
Perfect.
both things at the same time: the exodus and
Right.
the transformation, or the harvest, which they erroneously called rapture, right? So
Right.
as I
And
was
I think
saying,
the idea is that the false doctrine surrounding rapture theory or theology is that they will be taken out prior to, whether it's pre-trib or post-trib, that they will either be removed from the tribulation and not have to experience that, although there is the idea of being caught up in the air, but that is for the transformation. I think, brother, you do a great job at defining that transformation. But before you move on, I kind of want to focus on this word here where you talked about this wilderness, right? So the woman who is representing the congregation, she is taken into the wilderness. Now, in the Greek, that word is eremos, and it means to be a designated place, a specific place to hide, sort of like his pavilion, which in the Hebrew would be sukkah. Now, what's interesting is that it's used several times in the Brit Chadashah, or the New Testament, if you're more familiar with that, as something opposed, a place opposed to the cities. Now, an example that we use is Matthew 14:13, where it says the people followed Yahusha on foot out of the cities to a eremos, or to a wilderness, or to a hidden place. Well, another verse that supports this idea is Mark 6:31 through 32. And he says to the disciples to set themselves apart to go into a designated place, desert place, and rest a while. And there they departed by ship and went privately into this eremos. Well, if you look at the root of that word, brother, it's cities. It's a come out, representing the place of commerce. So it's not a locale. It's not a designated locale. Thus, the wilderness, supernaturally or spiritually, will be a place of provision, supernatural provision, away from the common demands of the age, away from commerce. And that makes sense, because you're saying then the next thing that's going to come in is the demand for the mark of the beast in order to solicit, correct? In order to buy and sell. So does that mean that the congregation will then find provision from that experience? Will she be excluded, or will she have to go through that? Because you put here the bowls of wrath and the kahila, that
yeah,
she's preserved for 3.5 years. You want to talk about that?
yeah. So yeah, before Revelation 12, obviously there's Revelation 11. In Revelation 11, we
Mhm.
see that there will be two witnesses preaching for 1,260 days. That's 3.5 years. And then after the resurrection of the two witnesses, they go up. Satan comes down. He's expelled from heaven. So right after that begins what we are seeing in Revelation 12. So if you want, you can put it back, and I'll
Yep.
try like go along since we're still in the first part. I think there's a delay, so just give it a go. So Revelation 12:6, the woman, the congregation fled to the desert, where she had a place prepared by Yahweh to be sustained there for 1,260 days. That's 3.5 years. So the first 3.5 years, the two witnesses preach until the people that are chosen here and are sealed, so that they can be taken when the time is correct, which is the transformation, to the place where they will be sustained for 3.5 years until the work known as Harmegiddo begins. So this means the last 3.5 years, when the bowls of wrath will be falling on this earth, is when the congregation will be protected in a place away from this reality, and like you say, in the literal sense, away from the place of commerce, because the mark will be for those who will buy and sell. You won't be able to buy or sell unless you have the
Interesting.
mark. So you made a great connection in the fact that Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 17 speaks about how in Luke we see it chronologically perfectly, how Yahushua says, when you see the abomination of desolation,
Hmm.
and that is the false Messiah, and there have been two examples or shadows of that previously with uh, with the Maccabees, the abomination of desolation, the sacrifice of the pig inside the temple, and then with the statue that Titus wanted to bring into the temple. So there were two representations that have to do when the time comes when the beast will present his image, the image of the beast, who will speak and kill those who don't worship him. So that means he will kill those who don't get the mark of the beast and get connected to him through that technology that he will use. So
And
Yahush,
and just to clarify, it's the second beast. There are two beasts. It's the second beast that makes an image of the first beast.
Exactly.
So
That's
it's the
but that's
first
my
beast,
mean. But it's his image because it's the beast.
right?
Yeah,
So
it's the
one
image
comes
of the
off
first
out of
beast.
the earth and one out of the sea, right?
Yeah, the first is the one out of the sea because it comes from the nations. The one out
Right.
of the earth or the land because it comes from those who believe. Meaning that's why he's the false prophet because he comes from a religious point of view or the religious
Perfect.
leader. And then he prepares the false Messiah, which is the image of the first beast. The idea is for the false Messiah to make everybody fall in line with the new world order, the kingdom that that beast wants to set up, which will be given for 1,290 days. So, do you go to the next one? Could I see the previous one just to make sure I don't miss anything? Sorry.
Sure.
So, as I was saying, Yahushua said, when you see the abomination of desolation, go to the mountains. Because that night there will be two in one bed, one will be taken and the other one will be left behind. Christians take that out of context and say that's the rapture. One is taken, the other one is left behind. But when the disciples asked, who, where are they taken? Because they understood that those who left during the Exodus obeyed Mashiach, so they will be fine. Those who stayed are the opposite, so they will be in a bad position, of course. But those who were taken, the disciples asked, "Where are they taken?" And Mashiach said, "Where you see the vultures, that's where their bodies will be." So he's talking about the fact that they will be taken because they don't accept the mark of the beast, so they will be killed. That's why those who are chosen need to flee to the mountains when the abomination appears to mark everybody. So here, like I'll continue. The woman in the congregation, you already explained etymos, um, that word, and you mentioned sukkah, right, which would be like the equivalent in Hebrew,
Pavilion.
and that is perfect because the second Exodus would happen on Sukkot. The second Exodus would begin on
Oh,
Sukkot.
interesting.
Remember that. Well, that's I don't know if I should say remember because not second time here, but those who know me, um, on Yom Teruah is when the two witnesses will be captured. They will be, according to Revelation 2, they will be in prison for 10 days. That is until Yom Kippur. That's when they will be taken out and killed. Then they are resurrected 3.5 days later. That will be on the 14th of the seventh month. And then one day after is Sukkot. During that time is when the two witnesses resurrected went up and Satan comes down. When he comes down, he will enter that body prepared for him, the image of the beast, and he will be able to speak and tell everybody, get the mark or you will die. And that's when the people need to flee. So it's interesting that you connected that word to Sukkot because that's the time when it will happen. So then he says, bolts of wrath, the Keilah is preserved from Yahweh's wrath for 3.5 years. Yeah, the last 3.5. Remember that the last trumpet, and I have to say remember because I know most of you know scriptures, read scriptures, and it says that it will be during the last trumpet, the final trumpet. And in Revelation we see that there are seven trumpets, and out of the seven trumpets, the seventh obviously is the last, and it sounds right after the two witnesses resurrect. So that shows how the trumpet will happen after the resurrection of the two witnesses. And that seventh trumpet is when Revelation 14 manifests, which is the time when the chosen few are taken without experiencing death, and then the many are taken through death to be justified. And then in the wedding of the Lamb, the chosen few marry the Lamb, while the many are invited to see the wedding. The the bride will be the kings and priests, and the those who were invited, the people, and the both of them united will be Israel. So, I mean, the people of Yahweh. And I said,
Can
yeah, go ahead.
I would like to show actually, if you don't mind, I think,
And now
give
you
me a
can go to the
second.
next one
And
if you want.
yeah, okay, well, let me show, I'd like to show this word here real quick. Let's see. Give me just a second. And so I know it says tabernacle here, but if you were to do a word search on pavilion, you would find it is suk, where we get the word sukkah. And I want to show you something. So it's the word sakach. And so we're talking about a secret place or a hidden place, a place of preservation in which our brother is saying that we will be preserved as his remnant or as his people for a specific task, and that would make sense because that's what he does. But if you want to tie it into Sukkot, you can see that that word for pavilion or secret place is also used as tabernacle or his sukkah. And so right here, if you look at this word, it means to protect by covering, as a defense, or to defend, to hedge in, by joining together. And if we look at this word right here, again, it's the prefix to the word sukkah. So you can see right here a booth, a covering. So this would be the primary root for Sukkot or Sukkah. Sukkot is just plural and singular, but we can see here to hedge in, referring to a protective or restraining barrier of some kind, referring in a figurative sense to a fencing or to fence a person about with sinews and bones. Interesting, because again, even Shaul talks metaphorically about a our tent, right? Our bodies being this temporary place in which we dwell. Who shall deliver him from this body of death? So, but I started thinking, what is that sukkah actually? Could it be Mashiach that we're hidden in? I don't know. Just something to think about. But go ahead, brother. Here's the second page.
Yeah. Well, spiritually, I'm sure is Mashiach. However, we also
I
see
agree.
in a more literal sense after Revelation 14, when the harvest happens, comes Revelation 15, and he speaks about those who were chosen, who were taken, but taken by Yahweh, of course, during the trumpet. They will be over the firmament singing the song of Moshe and the Lamb. So hopefully, they will remain there because I'm sure the view is going to be beautiful. Although some people
Mhm.
believe that they will be preserved in a place here on earth, just hidden. But anyways, I'll continue. Um, Here it says the rain, Revelation 12:10 through 11 says, Then I heard a great voice in heaven saying, Now has come the salvation. Now. So that shows that salvation happens until the
Mm.
transformation, until those who fled are transformed during the harvest. And remember what we read last week in Pt.1:5, how Peter explains that salvation would be for the end times, meaning that before salvation manifests at this point, what has happened with those who have died is justification. Because if they would have been saved completely in the whole sense of the word, they wouldn't have died. So they are justified through death, because death is the payment for sin. So with their bodies, um, they they paid, let's say, in a way, for the flesh, because they gave it back to the land, to the soil, but their souls were paid by Yahushua. So that's why they're able to be justified, and then Yahushua will give them a new body, which are the white robes of Revelation. So we see that when the transformation happens, the great voice from heaven says, Now has come the salvation, the power, and the kingdom. Because remember, one of the reasons why the Jewish people don't accept Mashiach is because they do not understand what he came to do. Yahushua came to fulfill the spiritual part, and that's why his kingdom, he said, he's already here, but nobody could see it. Now it has to manifest even in the literal, and that's what the Jewish wanted, and that's why they didn't accept Mashiach, because not all prophecies were fulfilled with him. There are some prophecies that still need to be fulfilled in our time. So that's why it says now, right after that time, has come the salvation, the power, and the kingdom. In a way, we could say that when Mashiach came, he brought the priesthood according to the order of Melchizedek. And now comes the kingdom of our Elohim and the authority of his Messiah. And there's a lot to say regarding his Messiah, but that's in another part of the book, I believe, I hope. So I'll continue. Because the accuser of our brothers has been driven out, meaning
Mm.
Lucifer, Halel, the mighty one of this world. He was driven out by Michael, as we see in Revelation 12. The one who accused them before our Elohim day and night. And that's why even now, Lucifer is accusing everybody. And that's why even when people um, repent and are forgiven, the enemy continues to accuse. And that's why many people continue to repent about the same thing, because they don't understand the accusation will remain even if
Makes sense.
they have repented. So that's the moment when accusation will end, because he won't be able to present himself before the throne. So it says, they have overcome him through the blood of the Lamb and the word. Those two things, not just one. The blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony, who
And,
despised their lives until death. So
and it's
they were willing to die, and that's why Yahweh gives them life. They were
right.
willing to
They
lose
endured
everything.
even.
Excuse me?
Yeah. They endured unto death. But I wanted to make a note of something. So I emphasized here they. And if you notice that's they, that's meaning us. So the power and the kingdom, so the fullness of the power and the kingdom, that is the authority of Yahusha, is given to us that we might also overcome, that is to overthrow the accuser. So you're saying that the fullness, right? That's what we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to the maturation of the Malchut, the kingdom, the fullness of the kingdom in which we now have authority. And what it made me think of, brother, is where Yahusha says that we shall do greater works, right? So where is the greater works? Well, it's because we're maturing in that authority. That authority is working in us. But we should, right? You said that some people struggle with these accusations when they fall short. They fall under the condemnation of their own guilt and shame, but we should continue to prevail even when we fall short, correct?
Exactly. Exactly. Because we do overcome in Mashiach, right? For he already won.
Hallelujah.
So it's all a matter of being manifested, and that's what will happen at this point when he is no longer able to accuse. So that's why
Hallelujah.
those who believe, have overcome him, the enemy, the accuser, through the blood of the Lamb. That is our belief. That's why one believes with the heart. The heart pumps blood. So the blood of the Lamb and the word. To say the word, you need to confess with your mouth, as it is written that one needs to confess the name of the Messiah, and that it is a commandment to believe in the name of the Messiah. And only those who believe and confess the name of the Messiah were given the power to be the children of Yahweh. So the word, the word is the name of the Messiah, Yahushua, as we see in Revelation 19:13, where it says, and his name is the word of Yahweh. So his name is the word. That's why John 1 says, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with Elohim, and the word was Elohim. Because Yahushua came as Emmanuel, Elohim with us. So
That's right.
that's why Romans 10:10 says that one believes with the heart unto justification or righteousness, but with the mouth one confesses unto salvation. So that's why the word of their testimony, who despise their lives until death. Like Mashiach said, he who gives his or her life will receive it for eternal life. Those who are not willing are the ones who will lose it. So that's why those who leave everything behind are the ones whom Yahweh will protect from the test that is to come to the whole world, as we see in Revelation 3 when speaking to the congregation of Philadelphia. So, as it says there, a place prepared for the chosen Keilah, the last trump, which is the prelude to the wrath of. I don't know if you want to say something here, since it's written this way, or should I continue?
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay.
Oh, the prelude to the wrath of Yahuwah. Yes, actually. Thank you for noticing that. So I again, you had pointed out that now, which means a time appointed. And you and I both know, and hopefully those watching also know, that Yahuwah appoints specific events during specific times. And we would know those as the Moed or the Moedim, right? So his appointed times. And so it's interesting that the last trump is also a time that has been appointed, and it's prior to the wrath of Yahuwah, in which is known as the great wine press, right, where he is going to vindicate his people and bring about his justice. And so you had also noted that this judgment that comes at that time of the wrath, that appointed time, well, will be concluded with a final call to salvation before Yahuwah takes vengeance. But we need to make note that the end is near, or the conclusion, right? So this final call to salvation, a lot of people say, oh, perhaps we have time. We have time. So I think we can feel that sense of urgency, especially for you women out there who've, ever had babies or been pregnant, you know, your body knows, your body experiences the transformation process. So it's really easy for us to kind of pick up on when things are changing or when things aren't right. And I'm sure you men have a way of gauging that too. But imagine now that we've been given the Ruach, so how much more than our discernment, when we have proper discernment because we are spending time in his word and we desire the truth above all else, how much more then is he going to then, by his Ruach, give us this discernment to sort of know that, hey, the time is short or the time is now.
That's right. I don't know if you want to continue with the rest or go to the next one because I
No.
think that's
Okay.
you
All
got it?
right. Well,
Um,
actually, yeah, let's just focus because I put this in here. So you had also again noted this was from your notes, the judgment will
okay.
conclude with the final call. And so salvation is complete. And this is when, once that final call goes out, then all of salvation, which is what you mentioned in Revelation 12:10-11, has been made complete. And the second witness is in Mariahu or Mattiyahu 24:13. It says, the one who perseveres to the end will be saved. So even as you mentioned, brother, our salvation is not a one-time thing, right? It's something we're working out daily, right?
Yep.
And so this word for salvation in the Greek is soteria, and it means safely preserved from danger or destruction, specifically from being captured or enslaved. And that's exactly what sin does, right? It captures us and makes us its slave. We become snared. And so in Acts 7:25, it says that Yahuwah will deliver us by his hand. And then you can talk about that in just a second. And then Luke 171, it says, from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. Oh, well, these are your verses. Isaiah 25:9, and it shall be said that in that day, again, referring to that now appointed time, and in that day, lo, this is our Elohim. We have waited for him, and he will save us. This is Yahuwah. We have waited for him. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation. Why? Because the congregation will be delivered with external salvation, that is, world without end, from shame and condemnation. And again, this points back to what you mentioned earlier, which is the accuser will then be displaced. He will no longer have the authority to accuse us or to keep us naked or ashamed, segregated from our maker, because the fullness of our salvation will come such that we will enter into the secret place, the sukkah, into that place, and we will come face to face with him. Now, I did also want to mention the fact that in the Brit Chadashah, it says that salvation is complete by delivering us from sin and its spiritual consequences, and is fulfilled by creating in the believer a clean heart, free from immoral depravity, and thus a renewed spirit, according to Psalm 51:10. So I thought it was interesting, brother, again, correlating to what you had said already, is that this is the right spirit. This is what is being perfected in us as we are, as a sign of our salvation. The meek, right? Meekness, a spirit of meekness, a spirit of humility, a spirit of trust, right? As we trust in our maker, as he guides us and directs our steps. The upright, those who are upright before him, and those who have a contrite spirit. Now, I'm sure that there are more attributes that mark our salvation, but I thought it was interesting to note that these are some of the marks of a believer who is being saved, that they are expressing this particular type of fruit. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the hand?
Um, I don't know exactly which ones do you say that it was from my notes?
These
Like,
here,
because I don't know
the
if
hand.
okay, the part of the hand.
Or we have more. We can, when we go, when we come across it, you can bring it up.
Yeah,
The hand
well,
and the arm.
the yeah, I don't know if they're not complete, right? The verses, but I'll just read out of context in a way, but just explain real quick. Yahweh delivers by his hand. And if they were on my notes, I would like to read the verse Acts 7:25, for instance.
Do you want me to go there?
If you can,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Give me a second.
And while you do that, um, throughout scriptures and even in the Exodus, we see the mention of the arm and the hand of Yahweh. as what he uses to deliver his people. Throughout the entire scriptures, we see the mention, like, well, Yahweh mentioned in the his arm and his hand, his arm, his hand. Sometimes only the arm, sometimes only the hand, but mainly both, and that represents the first and the last. Philippians 3:14, we can do all things through Mashiach who strengthens us, just like the arm strengthens the hand. So through Mashiach, through his strength, we are able to do the job. We are able to complete the good deeds that we must, right? The commandments, which are represented by the hand. But in the sense of Yahweh, as he said, being first and last, the arm is first and the last is the hand. So that's why he would say he would deliver us by his hand, because Mashiach already came to
Mm.
um, give salvation, or he made salvation available, so that people who would come and believe eventually in the end times would be transformed through that belief in him. So it says here,
Hallelujah.
and he thought that his brothers would have understood that Elohim would give deliverance to them by his hand, but they did not understand. Okay, no. So I wonder
So
if that was in my notes. I wonder why.
I
Because
think it was mine. I don't remember, but I know that you were talking about
oh yeah, the
salvation
hand.
coming as the result of his hand. But you know what's
Yeah,
interesting is that even the Hebrew word for yud or yad speaks of taking possession, right? So to be delivered out of the hand of the enemy. And as we looked according to the notes, it says that sin captures us. It does. It captures us. It lays hold. It's a snare, and it hunts for us, right? It longs for us. Look at Cain, where Yahweh spoke to Cain and said that sin was crouching at his door, longing for, desiring him. So this is how sin would then stimulate us and court us until we, entertain it. And once sin takes a hold, then of course the end result is destruction. And so again, if he sent out his hand to deliver us, then it's to take us out of the hand of sin or out of the grave, right? His love is as strong as death, more vehement or jealous than the grave. And so he sets a seal upon his arm, upon his hand. And so again, I'm thinking about possession. I'm thinking about his hand and the fact that he takes possession of his people, those who belong to him.
yeah, that's right. And in fact, like, since you mentioned the word hand in Hebrew, yad, which is made up of the letter yud and the letter dalet,
Hmm.
that even connects with the last, because Yahushua is the door, so he's the dalet, the last, as the hand comes to give the testimony of the door, to show the door, or to give the deed so that people can enter through the door, which
I
that it
love that.
pretty much is the word hand. And then the word arm is connected in a way in Hebrew to seed. Yahushua is the seed.
Perfect. And
But
look what Prissy Mom has to say, brother. Look what Prissy Mom has to say.
yeah,
I like that. I mean, it's a nice connection. She's saying the arm is like into the Aleph and the hand unto the Tav. And
exactly.
I think you have a lot to say about that. We're not going to discuss all of that today, hopefully in the
Yeah,
near
no,
future, because there's too much to it. But I like that correlation there.
yeah, yeah, that's right. That's what it is.
I think
Um,
Omar already knows. He's already familiar with your
yeah,
presentation on
very, very much.
the first and
Yeah.
the last. All right, go
So
ahead,
yeah.
brother. We'll
So
move on
well,
to the next slide
exactly.
since
Yeah.
I think this was mostly my notes. Yeah. And yes, I did a play on word. They shall cross over.
Nice.
You were saying that they're going to be transformed and they're going to enter into or inherit
Yeah,
their promise, right? They're going to inherit the promise, which is that eternal life, but it's basically crossing over.
that works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, in fact, which I think we'll see it in a moment. Just like the people of Yahweh went through the Sea of Reeds, or the Red Sea, as a part. Scripture speaks of the firmament as a sea of um, glass, and we
Mm,
will cross over that firmament, that sea of glass, into the heavens, pretty much, during the trumpet, and that's when we'll sing the song of the Lamb and Moshe, Revelation 15. But to go back here, the living shall cross over into eternal life, will not taste death. That's why Yahweh gave two examples of that through Hanok, or Enoch, and Eliyahu. They both went up and taken away without experiencing death. So Yahweh gave us two examples because we need two witnesses at least to understand scriptures to accept a truth. In this case, the truth that there will be some who will be taken without experiencing death or not tasting death. So Matthew 16:28 says, "Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom." I'm not sure if that was me who added it. So,
That was
um,
me.
okay, perfect. So I won't say anything. Um,
I think I
Matthew,
added a lot of this here.
yeah, it's cool. So yeah, I guess you added it because of the not tasting death. Although he was talking right to those at that time, and in the sense of the literal interpretation of that verse, was referring to the fact that there were three of the disciples who would see him during the transfiguration, and that was a representation of the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's why he had Moshe on the side, which represents the Torah, and Eliyahu on the other, which represents the prophets, and him being the fulfillment of both, right? The Old Covenant or the Tanakh. Also, the fact that they saw him resurrected, right? And some understood it as Yahushua giving life to John or Yahuchanan so that he wouldn't taste death, but that has to do with what is written in John at the end. So, anyways, Matthew 28:18, all authority has been given to the Son in heaven and on earth. The fullness of his authority will be complete in us at the time of our resurrection.
Those
Um,
were all my little
yeah.
thoughts in there. So you had a lot of information on those who will cross over. So you were saying that basically they will enter into eternal life. And what I thought was interesting is that there are witnesses to that. And again, in Matthew 16:28, Yahusha, of course, he was speaking to them at this time regarding his resurrection. And that's what I wanted to bring up, which was the power or the fullness of his authority, which he says the fullness of his authority will be complete in us at the time of our resurrection. So I wanted to ask you that question. So in Matthew 16:28, Yahusha says, look, I'm talking to you guys that are with me presently. He's saying that some of you are not going to taste death until you see me coming in my kingdom. So what's his kingdom? Well, then a few chapters later in 28:18, he's resurrected and he's walking among them. And he says, listen, there it is. All authority has been given to the Son, both in heaven and on earth, because of his resurrection. Now, it doesn't mean that the fullness of that kingdom has been made manifest yet, but he had received the authority because
exactly.
his resurrection, he conquered death. He now
Yeah.
had authority over death. And then you were talking about 1 Corinthians 15:51. So I was just saying that even the idea of the resurrection is the key to that not tasting death, correct?
Well, to a certain extent, because what you were saying has to do with what I was saying regarding Yahushua coming to fulfill the spiritual part. That's why you said that it hasn't come to its fullness, because only the spiritual part. First is the spirit, then the body. So
Right,
first is the
right.
spiritual, then the physical. So that's why a lot of people don't believe in Mashiach still, because the world is as it is. And even though we have authority over demons and everything, we don't see other nations uh, respecting us or following our steps,
Mm,
right? So the kingdom hasn't manifested as people expected, and that's why they didn't accept Mashiach. That's why when he left in Acts 1, he said, well, they asked him, when are you gonna take over, put the kingdom on, like, instead of Rome? And he said, it is not for you to know the times and the seasons,
mm.
right? Because he was talking about there are still 2,000 years to go, and you don't need to know that, because if not, you won't act like you're supposed to, and you won't write what it needs to be written, etc., etc. So, another thing that you were saying, um, ah,
And
is it
again, so you were just basically talking about those, there are going to be two different categories, right? Those who will cross over and they will not taste death. And then there's going to be those who are justified. They will be justified in death, right? So
yeah,
they will die, but they will be justified later on. So that was really the point that you were trying to make. And I thought maybe you would just free flow since there was a lot of information that you
it's
had
fine.
regarding that. And this was just kind of my stuff that I wanted to kind of talk about. But so what
It's
do you
fine.
mean by that? What do you mean by those who
Because
will enter in and they're not going to die, and then those who will be justified?
um remember that, well, there's so many things in
Yeah.
in well, I'll just read this one. 1 Corinthians 15:51. Behold, I speak a secret to you. That is in Hebrew, sod. The last or deepest way of interpreting scriptures, sod. So when you interpret a verse through sod, you basically reveal the secret within it. So here Paul or Shaul is revealing a secret that he understood, and like I said, it wasn't given to them to know the times. So that's why Paul this way, because he was hoping to be part of it, yet we know he wasn't transformed, he actually died.
Mm.
But he needed to write as if he was going to be part of it, so that we could read it and understand what would happen in our time. Plus, remember that the last is represented by Paul, just like the first is represented by Peter. So 1 Corinthians 15:51, behold, I speak a secret to you, we shall not all sleep, meaning we shall not all die, right? Because in scriptures we see the correlation between dying and sleeping all the time. So we shall not all die, not shall all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the
Mm.
last trump. So he's saying during the last trump, which is the seventh of Revelation, which is at the end of the first 3.5 years, which is right after the resurrection of the two witnesses.
Mm.
A few days later, want to make that clear, a few days later, that is when, as he says there, judgment
Mm.
concludes with a final call to salvation before Yahweh takes vengeance. Well, that's that
Wow.
last trumpet, that it will be too late for people to really repent. The only
Wow.
way to
Wow.
repent will be like what you mentioned regarding the other group. The other group are the ones who will be first in agreement with the death of the two witnesses, but then we'll realize when it's too late they were the two witnesses, and then they
Wow.
will repent, but it will be too late. That's why scripture says, happy is he who dies in Mashiach after this point,
Mm.
because
Wow.
after the chosen few are taken, then the only way to enter is through death, because the
Mm.
ones who remain alive are the ones who take the mark of the beast, or went and hid so well for 1335 days, as we see in the book of Daniel. But that's another part. So did
Wow.
you is this the third?
So yeah, no, I just wanted to come back because look at that correlates perfectly with what you were saying, the last trump, that which is the prelude to the wrath. And so then here he's saying that as the accuser is cast out, the power and the kingdom of our Elohim and his authority is given to the Messiah. That is the fullness. And then we see it again, another witness. Here
Yeah.
he says that the power, his kingdom, what is that? It's all authority that has
Mhm.
been given to him because of because of his resurrection, because
Okay.
there is a resurrection. So praise, yeah. Let's hope that we are the ones that will not taste death. I don't know. That would be amazing. But I think you are giving us a stern warning here that there are going to be some that are gonna, I mean, it's just gonna be like by the skin of their teeth, right? We don't want to be
Yeah.
that one that's like playing around and get caught
In
off
fact,
guard.
talking about shadows, remember Yahushua said the coming of the Son of Man will be like the days of Noah, and then he said, and it will be like the days of Lot, right? In the days of Noah, the destruction was worldwide. In the days of
Mm.
Lot, it was in an area, 5 cities. So the thing about Noah is that the destruction of the end times will be worldwide. But Yahweh promised that he won't do it. He won't do it through water anymore. This time will be by fire,
Mm.
which is how it happened in Sodom and Gomorrah,
That's right.
right? And Sodom is mentioned in Revelation 11 as the spiritual name of the place where the two witnesses will be killed. And remember
Interesting.
that there were two angels that went to Sodom and Gomorrah to tell Lot, get out of here.
Like two
Those two
witnesses.
angels represent the two witnesses who go to the
Wow.
congregation. Remember that the chosen
Wow.
few are called males in Revelation 7. But remember that in Mashiach, there's no male nor female. There are all only one. We are one. So that I don't want to say too much, but in scriptures, when we talk about a lot of people, a group of people, they are represented by a female or a woman, like a congregation, the woman that flees to the
Sure.
mountains. But when it comes to the chosen few who will be kings and priests, they will be heads, and therefore they are represented by individuals, by males. So it depends on how you see it, if the scripture uses a female or a male as a symbol. In this case, the two witnesses go to Lot, and Lot has a wife. So Lot
Mm,
represents the chosen few who are one body with Mashiach. The wife represents the many people who will have to go through
mm,
death. The two witnesses tell you, do not destroy this city until you leave. So
mm.
Lot has to take
Well,
action. He is not just transformed. He's not just taken away to heaven. The two angels grab, well, one of them grabs the hand of Lot and takes him out walking up to the
mm,
mountain. And as they get to the place where they will be protected, then the fire came on Sodom and Gomorrah. But before that, the wife of Lot looked back because she didn't obey the two witnesses, and therefore she had to die. So, in the coming out of Lot from Sodom and Gomorrah, there's a huge and important representation of the fact that people who believe will have to act and come out, and then Yahweh will
mm,
take them to that prepared place as Lot and his
mm.
two daughters. So, are you
I
going
like
to say?
that. So, yeah, I did want to say, so that's a very interesting point. So if I want to just add to that. So like you have the masculine and the feminine, and I don't want to get into a debate about that. But if you look at it, so the man was the Yaqid, he was created first. He's the prototype of humanity. And then the woman was brought forth after his image, after his likeness, bone of bone and flesh of flesh. Well, what's interesting is if you look at this as a shadow or symbolically, you can see the woman is likened to the weaker vassal or vessel. If you understand ancient covenants, it would be a vassal, someone in which a stronger entity or more powerful entity would attach himself for the sake of preservation to a weaker entity, and the woman then being that weaker vassal or that weaker vessel. Now what, again, for what? For preservation, right? To provide for, to keep alive, to sustain, to nurture. And so for her benefit and for also the king's benefit. And so if you think about that, when the man was created, he was created a nephesh, and then he had a spirit. So he has both the soul and the spirit, the flesh, I'm sorry, and the spirit. So the soul can be guided by either the flesh or the spirit. Now, the woman then would represent the weaker aspect, which would be the flesh. And the man would then be sort of depicting like the stronger aspect, right? But again, interesting to note that here in Matthew 26:41, it says, "Watch and pray so that you will not enter into temptation, for the spirit is willing, but the body is weak." And again, just looking at the aspect of weakness, right? And how you're saying, like, if you're thinking of Lot's wife, everybody, male and female, has a tendency, they all have their flesh, a tendency to look back, right? To desire the leeks and the garlic, to want to go back into Egypt, back under the oppression. Sometimes it can be very deceptive in luring us back and saying, hey, it's really difficult in the wilderness. It's very trying. You're eating the same thing every single day, and bring back to our memory the leeks and the garlic. So what you're basically saying is it's going to take we're going to have to purposefully say, okay, I want to come out, right? So the invitation is given, and then we have to purposefully say yes. We
Yeah.
have to give him our will, is what you're saying, right? And then allow
Um,
him to do the rest.
well, in a spiritual sense, yes, but in a physical sense, it's not only about being willing, but about obeying. Because Yahushua said, "Go to the mountains when you see the abomination of desolation." When they tell you the Messiah is here, do not go. Go to the other
Mm,
side. So, I'm talking about the actual fact that people will have to act and flee, which is like literally
mm,
like it happened in the Exodus, and like it happened with Lot, and in a way with Noah, who went into a
right,
secret place, the ark, and then the plagues came. So, as it says here,
right.
I speak a secret to you. And well, part of what you were saying, I also would like to explain it in a bit different way, but still the same what you were saying. Adam represents the intellect, and Chava represents imagination. So imagination without intellect will take us away from the Father.
Fantasy.
That's why she was away from Adam when the serpent came to talk to her, so that she
Mm,
would be led
mm.
by imagination and imagine things that were not right, and that's why she ended up eating through the lies, the deception of the serpent. So
Wow, wow.
intellect and
Well,
imagination needs to go
and
together.
you were
Mhm.
And you were talking about, coming out and being physical, whether it's physically or spiritually, regardless. But we see a pattern again through when Yah mobilizes his people. It says that those people, whether it was the Levites who were leaving the northern tribe to go with the southern tribe, whether it was the children of Yasharel coming out of Babylon, out of Egypt, it said those who were willing. If you look at the pattern in Egypt when they were in Mitzrayim, it says that he gave them instructions. He gave them instructions regarding the blood on the doorpost. Those who obeyed were the ones that were preserved during that time of calamity. It was through their
Exactly.
obedience. But guess what? That's first in the natural, then in the spiritual.
Yep.
It's the scripture says first in the natural, then in the spiritual. So we see that again depicted in Babylon. It said all those who were willing. Then he put his ruach upon them and enabled them. So that seems to be the pattern. Again, you have to have a willing heart. He's not going to force us to come out, but it should be a desire that we have to say, where you go, I go. This is what Ruth and Naomi, right? The story of Ruth and Naomi. Where you go, I go.
Exactly. So to finish up with Corinthians, at the last trump, the seventh of Revelation, for the trumpet shall sound. So he even has to repeat it, make sure people understand. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. So it's saying we means those who are alive, because if not, they will be
Hallelujah.
with those who are dead, being raised up, right? Raised incorruptible. So he was talking about two groups: those who are dead and those who are alive. We will all be transformed in the blink of an eye, but those who are alive won't have to go through death, and they
I
will be
see.
transformed to the new bodies in the blink of an eye, just like Mashiach was transformed in the transfiguration. Obviously, then he died, but that was part of what he had to fulfill so that we can be transformed into our new
Excellent.
bodies. And I don't know if you want to speak about that.
Nope.
Okay, so um, the dead shall be justified. So, like I said, the living shall cross over, right? Like Sister wrote, um, into eternal life without tasting death. But then there will be many who will sadly have to go through death, but that will be the only way in which they can enter the kingdom, and they will receive actually a lot of authority over the rest because of the fact that they were willing to die before getting the mark of the beast. So the dead shall be justified. Romans 4:25 says, for us righteousness will be credited, for us who believe in him who raised Yahushua our Messiah from the dead. He was delivered over to death for our trespasses and was raised to life for our justification. Justification. Righteousness will be credited for us who believe. So we see that righteousness comes through belief. And that's why when people ask me, like last time, does that mean that if somebody doesn't have the names and he died a while back and knew Jesus and God, are they going to hell? No, of course not, because they cannot be condemned for something they didn't know. They believed in the Messiah without knowing the name, who came and died for their sins and was resurrected after 3 days. And that is the belief according to Romans 10, which leads one unto justification. So then it says, the great multitude, which are the many, who has come out of the great tribulation, because they died during that great tribulation. If you go to, actually, maybe you can go to Hosea 5:7, please.
Okay.
In fact, it is interesting that we are right now in the month of Heshban, called also Mar Heshban, and it's called the month of bitterness. And this will be the month in which the many will go through death. It could be
Hosea.
Hosea 5:7.
Okay.
Because like I said,
Right.
Sukkot will be the beginning of the second Exodus. A few days later, the chosen few will be transformed, but throughout 30 days, the many will die for not accepting the mark. It says, 5:7, they have acted treacherously against Yahweh, for they have brought forth strange children. That means they were not having intimacy with Yahweh, they were having intimacy with a false Elohim. So their children were strange.
Hmm.
Now a month shall devour them with their portions. Now in a month they shall be devoured with their portions. Right, the translation there, I'm agree with it. New moon. That's why it says moon, right, like that, because the word moon is not there. So it's talking about a month, meaning 30 days. In 30 days, the many will be devoured with their portions because they were following a false Elohim through the false doctrine. After the two witnesses are killed, they realize it, but it's too late to
Mm.
be saved with the chosen few. They will have to
Wow.
be justified through death.
Like the foolish virgins.
Exactly. So if you want, you can go back.
Okay. Oh, let's see.
Uh,
You got me working. You got me working today.
all right.
Okay, hold on. I don't know. Let's see. Hang on. Here we go.
Um,
Okay. Can you see it?
all right, there you go. So then he says, "Who has come out of the great tribulation? They have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb," as Revelation 7:14 says. In Revelation 7, you see two halves. The first half speaks of the chosen few. The second half speaks of the many who will have to go through death. That's why they washed their robes and made them white. To wash your clothes, you have to take it off. So that means their soul came out of their bodies. They died. And then through their belief, their bodies were
Mm.
cleansed from all sin. So now they have white robes, right? Now, the mentioning of the testimony and the blood over and over again is because just like the few will be the flesh of the body of Mashiach, the many will be the blood. That's why they are the grapes that are put in the winepress of the wrath during Revelation
Excellent.
14. If you want, you can go to the next one.
Okay. Yeah, and before I do, so here's what's something interesting is that so there were two types of purification for an item, which was usually called a spoil of war. So whenever they went to war, if Yahweh required it, they would have to purge that item, whatever it was. So there was one occasion when they come out of war and he says to them, "Hey," well, Moshe is saying to them, "Hey, who told you you could take the women?" And they were like, "Well, why not?" He says, "Well, okay, shave their heads, shorn their heads, and clip their nails, whatever." And then they had a bunch of spoils. And he says, "Here's what you're going to do according to Yahuwah's commandment. You're going to take whatever is able to endure water, such as wood, whatever, and pass it through the water, right? Cleanse it, purge it by water. But whatever cannot, right, that cannot be purged by water, pass it through the fire." Now, this is important because we see two types of purging, one by water and one by fire. The water was for anything that could be cleaned outwardly, okay? Any kind of material that can be cleaned outwardly. The fire was for metals, alloys, gold, silver, those types of things that if the impurity was deep within, and it had to go through fire or pressure in order to bring out any kind of iniquity or any kind of um soot or ash or what is it called, impurity. So I started thinking, okay, so that the first time that he cleansed the earth from its iniquity was with water. Well, guess what, the second purging will be the eternal purging where he's that fire is the ruach that's pressing us from within, and it's removing all the wood, hay, the stubble, the soot, the ash, those hidden things that have defiled or have um, culminated, that have embedded themselves into the soul, and he's purging the soul from these infractions or these impurities. So I wanted to bring that up. Water and fire. Okay.
And
Power
yeah,
and kingdom.
and that goes along with first and last, water and fire. Yahushua, the water of
Yeah.
life. The last is the consuming fire. Yahushua came to bring mercy. The
Hallelujah.
last comes to bring justice.
And
So
we're going to be good because we've gone through it. We're going through it daily. We're dying daily. So when that time comes, we will actually be perfected because we are allowing the fire to purge us, right? We're allowing the trials and tribulations to test and refine us so that the day that he comes, we will not stumble. We're not going to be ashamed on the day of his coming. It's going to be like looking through a glass darkly for now. But then when he comes, because we've been purged and perfected, it will be looking like in a mirror face to face, like, hey,
exactly,
yeah, shining like the sun. Okay, go ahead.
exactly. So power and kingdom. That is relating to the fact, says that finally the power and the kingdom have come, have manifested. So when two things, like when Yahweh speaks in duality, refers to first and last. So in this case, well, in this case, it mentioned three things. Like when he says, "He who was, is, and will be," that is Yahweh, who has always been. He who is Yahushua at the right hand of the Father, and he who will be the last. So in this case, it says Yahweh will be connected to the power, and Yahushua to the kingdom, which are the well, I don't know. Remember that there was a translation done to the notes I gave you, so hopefully there are no issues. But it says, yeah, Yahweh and Yahushua, which are which are the Shemaim. Now there is something very interesting about this word Shemaim, which is heavens, right? That's how it normally is translated. However, one thing first, Shemaim is a mix of Esh and Maim. Esh is fire, Maim is water, what you just explained also. In in heaven, there's a union of everything because Yahweh is one. But when it comes to earth, there's a duality of everything. And that's why in this case, the fire and the water don't go along. But in the heavens, they get along, and that is actually the word for heavens. Esh and Maim, Shamaim, right? That's why when the first and the last finally become one, as Ezekiel 37 says, or Zechariah 14:9, then that is when finally the Shemaim, the heavens, will manifest on earth. Not only that, if you see the word Shemaim, which I don't think is right now on the screen, but I mean in Hebrew, the word Shemaim in Hebrew is the letter Shin Mem, which just
Mm,
that is name.
fire and water too. Mm,
Exactly.
chef.
The Shin is fire, the Mem is
Wow.
water, and that is the
Wow.
word for name.
So good. That's so good. Okay.
So also, remember that the Exodus, the book of Exodus, is called Shemot in Hebrew, names. But Ot
Mm,
is the plural for the feminine, while Im is the plural for the masculine. The heavens are masculine, the earth is feminine. So Shemaim can be seen as the two names, the names of the Father and the Son. So the name of the Father and the Son, that is heaven, Shemaim. Is that clear?
mm. Yeah.
All right. So then it says seventh trump, which will be when final judgment in the sense of the seven bowls of wrath starting right after, which will be the consummation of the reign of the Most High. Revelation 11:15 says the kingdoms of this world have become Yahweh's and Yahushua's, and he shall reign forever and ever. I don't know if you want to read this because I'm think it's one of the notes, but if now I'll continue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, we give you thanks, O Yahweh, El Shaddai. Here, Yahweh, once again, he who was. El, that is Yahushua, because he's Immanuel, Elohim with us. And then Shaddai is connected to the words Yeshdai, which
Mm.
means there is enough.
Oh,
That's
wow.
why it's normally translated as omnipotent, because in him there is enough for everything. However, it's also interpreted as there is enough. I had enough. So that refers to the end when Yahweh puts a limit time through the end. So Yahweh El Shaddai,
Mhm.
the one who is Yahweh, and who was, well, yeah, that, who is Yahushua, who was is Yahweh, and who is coming. Because you have taken your great power and reign, and the nations were enraged, and your wrath has come, and the time of the dead to be judged, and to give the reward to your servants, the prophets, and to the set apart ones, and to those who fear your name, small and great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. So then he says, the one who is last, um, the one who is last, and I
I
repeat.
marked that out because it was a question I had for you,
Okay,
but you already answered it this
that's fine.
afternoon. So it's not for the
So
podcast.
referring, yeah, that's fine. Referring to the authority of Messiah, his ascension from death displaced Satan from the heavens. This referring to the last. When the last comes, which is one of the two witnesses, the other one is Eliyahu. When the last resurrects, he goes up to heaven, and then Michael expels Satan from heaven. So through the
Mm.
resurrection of the last, with the triumph, of course, that is when there is authority to finally kick Satan out of heaven. So then he says his ascension from death
Mm.
displaced Satan from the heavens, who was cast out, silencing the accuser of the congregation with his blood. right? Obviously, the blood of Mashiach, which covers the last
Mm.
now. In fact, I think I explained this last time, but remember I said how the two witnesses will be killed on Yom Kippur. Yom
Mm.
Kippur is explained on Leviticus 16,
Oh wow, the blood.
and Leviticus 16 starts with the death, with the mentioning of the death of the two children of Aharon, Nadab
Mm.
and Abihu. So those two represented two witnesses. They were killed because they brought strange fire, according to
Mm-hmm.
the letter, right? So just like the two witnesses will be accused of bringing strange fire, so they will
Mm.
be killed by fire from heaven, brought down by obviously technology, but from the second beast, as Revelation 13 says, because he will try to copy the miracle that Eliyahu did when he brought fire from heaven, obviously in the name of Yahweh, to destroy,
Mm.
to consume the sacrifice, and to show that Yahweh is the true mighty one and not the Lord, right? Not Baal, as it
Wow.
appears,
Wow.
right? Baal in
W-
English, Lord. So, um,
And even to add to that, the English word Holocaust is actually from the Hebrew word for an
hola,
ascension or
yeah,
a smoke offering. Yeah, olah. And so that's a holocaust, or it means an offering made by fire. And
exactly,
what's also interesting is that as you talk about two witnesses, it makes me think of Moshe and Aaron, or Aaron, right? Again, we see that pattern where one acts as an Elohim and the other as a voice, right? So
exactly,
one is acting
as
as
his
the
prophet,
word that was commanded, and then the voice of Elohim that is spoken. So I started thinking about that too. And here, if you think about the blood of Mashiach being alive or filled with the Ruach, that means that there's life in the blood. And so when Cain killed Abel or Habel, he said to him, your brother's blood cries out. That means that the blood was spilt, his voice was extinguished. So here, it's the blood that testifies. It's alive. It's testifying, right? Which is that we have been redeemed, that there's payment. Again, when
exactly,
the accuser comes to accuse us and to bring guilt and condemnation, what is condemnation? It literally means to destroy or to condemn something. So when it brings
exactly,
condemnation, then the voice of Yahusha that says that we've been forgiven, that our sins have been forgiven, that voice becomes more authoritative. And as even as we learn to hear and hearken to the voice of our beloved, the voice of our shepherd, then we receive that truth and we can stand against the accuser and we can actually silence him. We silence
exactly.
him, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So is that how Revelation 12:11 says that we conquer him by that blood, by the testimony of our forgiveness?
yeah. In fact, what you just mentioned
Hallelujah.
is key, because remember that, Cain
It's good.
represents Satan and the Pharisees.
Right.
Hebel or
Right.
Abel represents Mashiach,
That's
who
right.
pleased Yahweh, and therefore they hated him and killed him. And then
Hallelujah.
comes Set, which is the substitute, that is the last.
Mm,
So
mm,
Hebel and Set represent first and last. So just like
mm,
the blood of Hebel was crying for for justice, the blood of
mm.
Mashiach redeems us, calls for
Wow.
our um, redemption, our justification. And also another thing I
Hallelujah.
was going to mention regarding Yom Kippur, um, during Yom Kippur, they would bring four animals, two male goats that looked the same, and they would throw lots to see which one would be sacrificed for Yahweh and which one would be
Mm,
sent alive for Azazel into the wilderness, right?
right.
That part was fulfilled already by Mashiach when he was placed right next to Barabbas, whose
Mm,
name is called Son of the Father. So the Son of the Father Almighty was next to the Son of the Father, the enemy. Yahushua was sacrificed for our sins, and Barabbas was allowed to be free going to the desert for Azazel. So Barabbas represents the false Messiah, Mashiach, obviously, the true Messiah, Yahushua. And they fulfilled that first part of Yom Kippur, the two male goats. But now
mm,
there were two other animals, the ox and the ram. The ox represents Ephraim. The last comes from Ephraim. So the ox represents the witness like Moshe. The ram represents the Eliyahu. That was the other sacrifice done during Yom Kippur. So something that is very interesting is that when the male goat was sacrificed, they would take its blood and put it in a bowl, and the priest had to be moving it constantly for it not to coagulate. So then they would sacrifice the ox, and then they would take that blood from the ox and put it in the same vessel, and they will mix both bloods, and that would be the blood that would pay for the people and the priests, because Aharon would make a sacrifice for himself and his family, the priests, and then he would make a sacrifice for the people. So then they would take both bloods, mix it together, and that would bring um, atonement. That's why the Day of Atonement, and that has to do with the time when the first has died already 2,000 years ago. Now the last comes as the ox. After their death, their sacrifices will unite in order to bring redemption, and that's why the few will be able to go without experiencing death, because Mashiach paid for their souls, the last paid for their bodies. So now body and soul can enter. Yet those who rejected the witness, like Moshe, won't get the payment for their bodies, so they will have to pay with their own bodies. Is that understand?
To some degree, yes.
Okay.
And I will say we're not going to get into this conversation right now, but I have a different perspective on who Azazel is according to the verses where it says that the Azazel actually makes atonement for specific sins. So I don't see how Barabbas makes atonement for sin, but
No, he's not.
Azazel
Well,
does in fact make
could you
atonement.
could you show the part where it says atonement?
Yeah, actually, no, because I think it'll take too much time, but I have
Okay.
a full-on presentation. So if anybody's interested in seeing
So
what
who do you think? Who do you think is Azazel?
so it's the idea that the Azazel makes atonement for sin. It specifically says, let me see if I can find it. But again, I have like 4 hours worth of content
But
under
yeah,
Yom
I
Kippur.
wonder who do you think Azazel is or represents?
I don't think it's about representing. I think it's about removing sin. So again, you have to watch my presentation. There's a lot of information there, but it's pointing to the fact that sin was temporarily under the Levitical priesthood. Sin was being remedied so that Yahuwah could dwell with his people. The forgiveness was being endemic. It was present even as sin was present. So in order for Yahuwah to dwell with his people, there had to be forgiveness of sin. So that forgiveness, but it did not remove sin. Azazel points to the removing of sin by placing it upon and then removing it from the camp. That shows what Yahusha would actually come to do under the Melchizedek
No,
order.
but
Under
he
the
died.
Levitical system, right? He took the sin upon him. He bore the sin upon him and made atonement. But he did more than just through forgiveness, forgave us temporarily. He actually is now able to, that power is able to remove sin from us. That's why we're being perfected. We're
Yeah, but
becoming new creatures because sin is actually being removed from us.
I understand what you're
As
saying.
far
But
as the east is from the west, that's how far I have removed. And that's exactly what it says Azazel does. He places upon him the confession. They confess their sins and he makes atonement. And he then is sent out of the camp. In fact, brother, I knew we would deviate from your presentation and we have a lot of notes here. Perhaps we can have this discussion. I think it's a great discussion. But
Right.
if you stop and think about, if you stop and think about the fact that he removes them. So that's exactly what would happen if a person sinned or broke a commandment and their offering was not accepted by Yahuwah. Yahuwah was like, no, I know your heart is not repented. You're just going through the motions. They would be excommunicated. They would be removed from the congregation. They would not be allowed to go back into the congregation and cohabitate or to prosper among the people. They would be excommunicated. They would be sent out into the wilderness to be removed because it's basically Yah saying you're like a lump that spoils the whole batch. Like, I can't allow you to remain in the community because you will corrupt the people. So I have to remove you. So it's the same thing. He's showing us, in my opinion, according to the scripture, prophetically, how he's going to remove sin from the individual eventually. And that's why
but
Yahusha comes in.
but
It's a superior.
you're using a negative to explain a positive. You're using removing people for not fulfilling the commandments, removing them from the people, and then talking about how Yahweh will remove the sins. However, when you read Leviticus carefully, and also the book of Enoch, and I'll just say that real quick, you see that the sins are placed on the one who will die, so that he dies for the sins, and then the sins are put on the other one so that he carries the sins to the wilderness, meaning he will carry those sins forever. And if you read in the book of Enoch, just like Mashiach paid for all sin, the angel Azael, who turned because of his rebellion into Azazel, was accused or condemned for all the sin of the world. So just like Mashiach paid for all the sin, Azazel is accused of all the sin. He's condemned for all the sin of the world, and that is in the book of Enoch. So that and a bunch of other things is what I would add or have to say right after you, but we'll talk about that in another
Sure.
time if you want to continue.
Yeah, and again, I do have a presentation out there. I do show how, again, I show all the verses, all the information so that nobody's misled. But again, you can figure it out for yourself. I've heard traditionally that this association with Barabbas, but I don't see again how Barabbas is atoning. That's the biggest thing, because
Well,
Azazel would actually atone for sin. He
but
does
like I
atone
said,
for sin. Yeah,
I would
and I
like to,
don't see how
I would like to see
Barabbas,
that
a
verse.
murderer,
Yeah, no,
would I'm
of
looking
course.
for it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, you can go to my so we don't deviate from your presentation.
Yeah,
Whoever's interested, and
send it
maybe
to me
even you
if you can.
yourself, yeah, you yourself, you can actually go check out my presentation on Yom Kippur. There's a lot of information there, and then perhaps we can have a discussion about it. And I would love to have that discussion with you, but I
Sure.
really again don't want to deviate from the second Exodus. And I know you and I, we have lots of conversations. Just so that you all know, brother and I, we have talked about certain things, whether we agree or disagree. We're really trying to come to the same point of in the intersection, which is the truth. So these are healthy debates. These are healthy viewpoints, and so we do want to be able to present them both to you. But nonetheless, it's not about being right or wrong, but about, again, how does this fit into the revelation of what's being said. So back to the second Exodus, I think again you were talking about the silencing of the accuser
Hmm.
and how his blood pays for something, right? And go ahead, brother, I'll let you
Yeah.
go.
So Revelation 12:11 says they have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony.
Mhm.
It's talking about those who have won by having two things: the blood of the Lamb, and the belief in Messiah, and the word of their testimony, which is the name of Messiah. And they did not love their lives so as to shine away from death. Um, those who have been purchased have now become enfranchised. I don't know if that's something for me, but free from burden of our flesh and the guilt of sin. Romans 6:23. The wages of sin is death. Uh-huh. No, well, this is something that you said already, I think, right? About
Right,
nakedness.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you want, you can go to the next. Um, as it says, whatever a man sows, he will reap in return. The one who sows to please the flesh, from the flesh will reap destruction, but the one who sows to please the spirit, from the spirit will reap eternal life. The few, the many, and the martyrs, obviously, well, I will read it. Yahushua said, everyone who wants to save his life will lose it. And whoever loses his life for my sake, he will save it. So this fits in one way with the martyrs who actually gave their lives for Yahweh, so they receive justification and will have a great reward. But also those who will leave everything behind during the second Exodus when they have to flee, and without caring about anything that they left behind, just like Lot when he went out of his house. The few are, and this is, well, something that I would love to explain much more with the verses, but I will try not to since it will take a long time. The few are those who go through the narrow path. Their lives are sown in Mashiach. And well, I'll have to explain a little bit. I don't want
Go
anybody
ahead.
to misunderstand.
Hmm.
When Mashiach was asked, how can we enter the kingdom? So he asked how to enter the kingdom. He was asked, I'm sorry, how to enter the kingdom. And he answered, enter through the narrow path, because broad is the way that leads through destruction. So he was being asked how to enter the kingdom. So he said two paths, the narrow and the broad. And the broad way or path would be the one through death. Most people will enter after dying. Only few will enter without tasting death. So the narrow path, their lives are sown in Mashiach. They live unto him. Um, they are living sacrifices who die daily. Okay. The many, their lives are sown in the flesh and remain as infants, tossed about by the waves and carried around by every wind of teaching and by the clever cunning of men in their deceitful scheming, as Ephesians 4:14 says. Right. Sadly, those who are the many who will have to go through death are the ones who follow false doctrines. And it's interesting that the the more false the doctrine, the more people attend, right? And you know how, well, the big mega churches, as they call them, and the bigger the faker. So then he says, I don't know what this is. Let me see. Um, oh, I don't understand what is here. I don't know if
So
you.
I basically, you'll have to be patient. So I took his notes and I edited them since there were like 22 pages, and I tried to summarize what he was basically saying. You can just go ahead and flow from these points. These are
Okay.
just points that I made to add to. But I think basically what you were talking about was there were three different groups of individuals:
Mhm.
the few, the many, and the martyrs. And you were talking about the few, and I associated those with those who are on the narrow path, and then the many who are on the broad path. And then you have basically the word martyr. And the word martyr actually is, in fact, a witness. It's the word martyr or marteros, which means a witness or one who has information or knowledge of something, and hence one who convey, bring to light, or confirm, speaking specifically of the testimony of Mashiach and his name, and is also raised in the transformation according to your book. And this is at the fifth seal. So again, you can just sort of take some of the bullet points here and just
Okay.
flow with it. Yeah,
Wait,
you
wait.
don't have to read verbatim, but you're
All right.
flowing with the few, the many, and the martyrs. Who are they, brother?
Yeah, like I said, well, the few and the many in Revelation 14 are the wheat and the grapes, the ones who won't
Hmm.
experience death and the ones who have to go through death. The martyrs, in this case, as you mentioned, the fifth seal. When we see the fifth seal, it says that the Yahu Hanan sees the souls of those who died for the testimony and the word. Those are martyrs. So they are told, they are given white robes and are told to wait there for a little longer until they are united with their brethren. So that means they receive bodies, the white robes, before the actual transformation during the seventh trumpet. And that is a fulfillment of what Paul said, that those who are dead will receive bodies first, and then those who are alive will be transformed. Then you can go to the next one if you
Sure.
want. There you go. Heaven and earth, Revelation 12:12 says, therefore rejoice. Before, in Revelation 7, we see that there are four angels that have the authority to destroy the earth and the sea. But then an angel comes out and says, don't destroy the earth and the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the chosen on their foreheads with this seal of the living mighty one. So he mentions the trees. Remember that Hebrews 13:15 says that we should give fruit of our lips that confesses his name. So if we confess his name, then we are given fruit. That's one of obviously to fulfill the commandments. That's also fruit. But those who have the name according to 7 and Revelation 14 are the ones sealed with the name of the Father and the Son. So they confess the name, so they are trees, for they give fruit. Those who believe but do not give fruit are the soil, the land, for they could be given the seed so that they become trees. But if they don't accept the seed, they remain as soil. And then the nations are the sea, who are under death because they have not even come to believe, to come out of death, which is represented by the sea, for it represents Sheol, where the dead go. So here, um, like I said, in Revelation 7, there are three parts: the nations represented by the sea, the believers represented by the land or the earth, and the chosen few represented by the trees. The angels tells them, the angel tells the other four not to hurt anything or anybody until the chosen few are sealed. Right after that, he can go and destroy, because he will see those who are sealed, and they won't touch him. So just like they are separated as sea, land, and trees, Now, after the transformation, we see a difference in Revelation 12:12, where it says, "Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell therein, because now the few through the trumpet have crossed over the firmament into the heavens, and they will be there singing the song." Revelation 15. So now they are dwelling in heaven. So they are no longer represented by trees, starting from the transformation. They are represented now by the heavens. So it says, "Ye heavens and ye that dwell therein, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea," meaning the many and the nations. After the chosen few, who are the trees, were taken away into the heavens, so they become those who dwell in heaven. Then we have the many and the nations, the earth and the sea. "For the devil has come down to you in great wrath, knowing that he has but a short time." So, as I was saying, the few are represented by trees, since they bear fruit, the many represented by the earth, the nations represented by the sea. However, at the fulfillment of the, I don't know why it says rapture, that shouldn't be there, because most likely the translator did it for me, but I wasn't writing rapture, just so you guys know. That would be most likely, well, I'll say harvest. At the fulfillment of the harvest, we see that the dwellers of the heavens are mentioned before referring again to the earth and the sea, which reveals to us that by this time the few are no longer represented by trees coming out of the earth, but are those who dwell in the heavens, as the Malachim. Matthew 22:30 says that we will be like Malachim. While the many and the nations will continue in this reality where they will have to deal with the dragon that will fall to earth, right? Revelation 12:13-14 says, "When the dragon, which is Halel, Lucifer, saw that he had been cast to the ground, he pursued the woman. He wasn't able to destroy the one who was born from the woman, so now he goes after the woman, the congregation, who had given birth to the man child." That is the last. Here we come across a key verse, which is part of the basis of the new covenant with respect to the second Exodus. Satan pursues the woman, foreshadowed by Pharaoh pursuing the children of Israel. Isaiah 11:11-12 says, "Likewise, it shall come to pass in that time that Yahweh will again lift up his hand." Like I have said, the arm is the first, the hand is the last. So it shall come to pass that in that time that Yahweh will again, meaning second Exodus, lift up his hand. That will be the last. That's Michael in first Exodus. Because remember that Yahweh sent Michael to lead Moshe. We see that in Exodus. So similar. Then it says, "To recover the rest of his people still remaining in Assyria, Egypt, Patros, Ethiopia, Elam, Shinar, and Hamat, and on the coasts of the sea." So he's saying that he will do an Exodus like he did in the past, but now he will do it from all the nations mentioned here, which represent all the nations in the world. We see that there are 7 nations mentioned here, and therefore they represent all nations, for 7 represents completion. Then he says, "He will lift up a banner to the nations. He will gather the outcasts of Israel." Yahushua is that banner. In Yahushua, we are one. We are one nation, just like a banner or a flag. He will gather the outcasts of Israel. And from the 4 corners of the earth, he will gather the scattered ones of Yahudah. From the 4 corners of the earth. And that will happen in a few days, or I should say in a moment during the trumpet, but I say few days if we count the Exodus, the fleeing. You can go to the next one if you want. Okay, the breach, that comes from the word peretz, and I guess you wanted to add something here.
Yeah, you can just flow from like your notes, like yeah, just so you were talking about how Yahusha actually created a breach. What was that breach that he created?
Remember that when, well, I'll read from here and explain. So
Yeah,
when
Judah and Tamar in Genesis
Yahudah
38.
married Bathshua, just with that, Yahudah marrying Bathshua, we are given a sign that through that chapter, Yahushua would come. Yahudah Bathshua, Yahushua. He would come for the congregation, the daughter, Bat. So Bathshua, the daughter of Shua. Then she dies, which represents Mashiach coming 2,000 years ago and dying. Then comes Tamar, which represents the congregation. She marries the first, she marries the second. They both die, for they were wicked, representing the 2 millenniums that have passed and the apostasy. And then he doesn't give her the third, for he's afraid that he will die as well. So through what happens throughout the chapter, he ends up getting together with Tamar, and they have a children. So now Yahweh, as Yahudah, represented by Yahudah, with Tamar, the congregation. And remember that she was dressed like a harlot. That
Right.
represents how the chosen few have to come out of the harlot, the great whore of Babylon. So once he gets together with her, she's pregnant, and she has twins. When the first one is about to come out, well, he puts out his hand. That represents the hand of Yahweh that wrote the Ten Commandments on the tablets before the manifestation of the Son himself. So first a hand comes out, then it goes in, and all of a sudden the other child comes out, and he's called Peretz because he opened a breach for him to come, even though his brother was coming out first.
So he made a way.
He made a way, exactly.
Got
So
it.
that's
Got
why
it.
Yahushua comes from Peretz, because he will make a way
Right.
into eternal life. He is the way.
So I see. So Tamar is actually acting as, well, even though she played the harlot, and there are various verses that talk about Israel playing the
Mhm.
harlot. In fact, this is the accusation they have against her when they come to Judah. They say, hey, your daughter-in-law has played the harlot. Well, again, this is in Isaiah, this is in Amos, that Israel has played the harlot. So he's saying that through her harlotries, although through her sin and her condemnation, that Yahusha would come and make a way, that he would break the breach. But it's interesting to note that when I was looking at your notes, what I found, even for the word Peretz, or Peretz, which is what they named him, that it does in fact signify a breach, as you suggested. But I also see that sin and death also created a breach, right? This word,
Yes.
as you mentioned, means to break forth something broken, i.e., a wall or a divider, some sort of partition, right? So in Isaiah 58:12, it says, and of thee shall build the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations, and you shall be called the repairer of the breach. So this is how he broke through. He made a way, and then he repaired the breach. According to Isaiah 58:12, it says also that he would be the restorer of the paths to dwell in. Another verse, brother, says in Nehemiah chapter 2, verse 13, and I went out by night by the gate of the valley, even before the dragon well, and to the dung port. And I'm sure there's a lot of symbology there. And viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down. That's that word paratz. And the gates thereof were consumed with fire. Now in Nehemiah 2:17, it says, then I said unto them, that is the rulers, see the distress that we are in, how Jerusalem lies waste, that is desolate, and the gates are burned with fire. Come, let us build up the walls of Jerusalem, that we be no more a reproach, like a woman who plays the harlot becomes a reproach. And it says, and then Yahusha is now then the repairer of that breach, right? So if a woman was considered an outcast or an adulterer, then to bring her back into a right standing with her husband, right? To bring her back into what we see, Hosea, not Amos, Hosea, right? We see this shadow picture of the people of Yasharel, or the people of Yahuwah, playing the harlot, fornicating with other gods, as you mentioned earlier, and soliciting herself, and then her being brought back into right standing. It has to do with honor and shame. And that word reproach, talking about the shame of her sin or her guilt, her nakedness, if you will. So back in Genesis, we see it from the beginning, from the end from the beginning. It is their nakedness, right? It's their fornication with another, and they received the seed of the serpent, which was a lie, and it brought desolation into the womb, brought them to a status in which they could no longer produce or multiply. It brought them to a status of a slave. It brought them into chattel slave. They became chattel. And so part of that restoration, or part of that breach, is to remove the shame, cover their nakedness, bring them back into honorable status as a bride, right? Who has cleansed her ways, who has become a wise virgin. She's purged her ways, and her iniquity is remembered no more. And she's brought into that status of honor. So I also saw that too, as you had mentioned with Peretz. So go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
And that's
So
all the notes right there. Yeah, basically. So you
yeah,
can
thank
talk
you.
about Sirach if you want.
Yes. So, well, like I was saying, Peretz and Serach, they
Mhm.
represent the first and the last. That's why Mashiach, as we see in the genealogy given by Luke, explains how Mashiach came from Peretz, right? Like I said,
Mhm.
to in this case, open a way for us to
That's
enter the
right.
next reality. And when it comes to Sarach, means rising of light, like the rising of the sun. The last comes of the son of righteousness. So Peretz and Serach, they come in that order because they represent the first and the last. Although Serach had come before and put his hand out, and that represents how the Malach Mikael was used during the time of the Exodus to write with his finger. Remember the the
Mm.
tablets. Um, and I say that because he had a finger, and because the title Elohim refers not only to the Almighty Yahweh but also to Malachim. Um, and when he says that with the finger of Elohim, I mean. So first the hand came out and they put a scarlet
Mm.
thread on it,
There you
just
go,
like
the scarlet thread.
exactly. So just like the scarlet thread
Perfect.
put in the temple, just like the scarlet thread on Yom Kippur, right? Like the scarlet thread put on the window of Rahab
Mhm.
when the two
Mhm.
spies went in, like the two witnesses to
Beautiful.
the promised land. So Serach represents the coming of the Son of Righteousness. Um, and well, I'll read John 1 4 through 5. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. It says Sarach put out his hand before his brother Peretz. Yahweh would again send Mikael his hand, this time as a man bringing welcome. That's something that we can discuss at another point. So you can go with the next one if you want. So the repetition of the first Exodus, Isaiah 11:15 through 16 says, Yahweh will dry up the tongue of the sea of Egypt, and with the power of his breath, meaning his ruach, he shall lift up his hand, meaning the last, over the river, shall smite him in his 7 arms, as we see in Revelation 12 3, regarding the 7 heads, for instance, of the beast, or well, in this case, the dragon. 7 heads, those 7 heads are 7 malachim that work for him, for Hillel, which can be seen also as 7 arms, and cause them to cross over with sandals, right? Once again, cross over with sandals, which represents without dying. And that's something that you can also look up in Judaism regarding what sandals represent, what feet represent. I mean, shoes represent. They represent being able to move in time, move from one place to the other, this world to the other,
Mm.
while angels are represented as being barefoot, right? Because they're not able, they are
Take
stuck
off your
in that reality.
shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, very
So
good.
also remember that shoes or sandals represent the good news,
Ah,
right?
that's
So,
right.
and cause them to cross over with sandals, meaning with the good news through the Brit
Mm.
Hadashah, right? And there shall be a way, that is Yahushua, for the remnant of his people, meaning the few, the remnant of Assyria, and there as there was for Israel in the day that they came up out of the land of Egypt. So he's saying, he's comparing what he will do with what happened during the Exodus in Egypt. So it will be similar. With his
Mm.
hand, he will smite the 7 branches of the river as the 7 heads of the beast, or the 7 fallen angels, which are powers, principalities, rulers, who empowered the 7 horns mentioned in Daniel. There were first 10, but when the little horn comes out, 3 are taken away. So just like there are 7 fallen angels as 7 heads of the beast, there will be also 7 horns. Um, the ones who cross over with sandals, meaning they don't get wet when they go through the sea, as when the people went through the river Yarden, they didn't get wet. That means going through without dying. Are those who will
Mm.
cross over in the eternal life and will not taste death, symbolized by what, uh, by the
In
fact that they,
Deuteronomy, yeah, in Deuteronomy 29:5, it literally says that their shoes, their sandals did not wear out. And so I saw a connection there to the people who will not be worn out. In fact, this word balal means to wear out. And that's exactly what Satan does. He wears out the saints. He causes their shoes to wear out. He causes them to wear out like into shoes through wandering in the wilderness, right? So that's what Satan would have us do with all of these false doctrines. He would have us waiting and anticipating for something that never comes. In fact, the word says that hope deferred makes the heart sick. So if Satan is out there preaching false doctrines about a rapture and about a coming Messiah and the rumors of war and all of these various fear mongering theologies, then the children or the saints will then become fatigued or worn out because their hope is being deferred. In fact, brother, I think we talked about this last time. Many generations from the time that Yahusha ascended, many generations thereafter assumed, even the Thessalonians assumed, that Mashiach would return in their age, in their during their time. So they lived their lives in such a way that if in fact he had come, they would not be put to shame. They would be ready. The Thessalonians did, for sure. But the idea is that people took advantage of that here in America. We had that Puritan movement, and even the Reformation, the Catholic Reformation, right? The Protestants, those who protested against the traditional norms of Catholicism. Well, when they migrated here to America, they basically were preaching that they could buy their way into heaven. They could buy a seat. So people were selling. People were teaching. They had pastors and what do you call them? Preachers, I guess, were saying basically that the time was coming, and today, and it's the evidence of it. And they were basically saying, sell all your property, sell your home, sell everything, and buy your ticket. So again, the idea is that they would be worn out. So I liked that you had mentioned that the ones who cross over dry shod, and that was one of the translations in the English, basically meaning without sandals, are those who will cross over. It's symbolic sort of those who will cross over into the eternal, as you mentioned earlier, not tasting death. Those who by the narrow path give themselves up completely, right? Those are the ones that do not count the cost. They die daily. They're willing to go through the process of being sanctified. They're giving it all up. They're not going to be deceived by false prophets, false teachers, like the many will. As you mentioned, you said the many who are on the broad path, they're the ones that are like tossed to and from by the wind, right? These winds of doctrines, they're all over the place. They don't know what to believe. They don't know who to believe. And so then there are those that are the few that will indeed cross over and not taste death. And they will be likened to those who are without or who are barefoot, right? They're transitioning into the eternal.
Yeah, good point. I guess the next one, right?
Sure. Oh, you know what? One more thing too, as you brought that up. So it says that they will not taste death. And so Deuteronomy 29:5, and so it says, thus to take triumphal possession. And so it actually reads, that's what this means when they have no shoes. It means that they will cross over and take possession. It's triumphal possession. They will triumph over. In Psalms 60 verse 8 and 108 and 9, it says that they will triumph over, and this is how it's properly translated, over the roaring tongue of the Egyptian. And you had it actually over the Egyptian waters, but I broke it down for you. I thought it was interesting that the word for tongue, of course, is Lashon. And then you have the word for Egyptian here, which is Mithraim. So it's the tongue or the gate of Egypt, or Mithraim, which means a fortified place, speaking of adversity or bondage. But what's also interesting is that in this particular verse for sea, you have the word yam, which means to roar, figuratively, of course. And we see an example of that roaring in Psalm 42:7, where it says, deep calls out to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. So I started to think about the roaring of the Egyptian being likened to Satan and his accusations against the saints, and that we will walk over him, right? The word says that we will crush his head, right? He will be under our feet, roughshod. He will be under our feet as we walk we will take triumphal possession. And his words or his tongue will no longer roar against us, because we will have the testimony of Mashiach.
That's right.
All right.
Now,
and how does that happen exactly? Mikael, what does he do?
As we see in Revelation 12, Michael is the one who expels Satan from heaven. Um, it says here, the good news will be proclaimed, the Besorah Malchut, the good news of the kingdom. And the kingdom of light will prevail over the darkness. The tongue of the wise confounds the foolish, um, through the good news of salvation. Um, Now, remember, well, you mentioned earlier, Moshe and Aharon, they worked as Elohim and his mouth. You put here, Yahweh told him, "You will be as Elohim, and Aharon will be your prophet." The same relation is there between the two witnesses, the witness like Moshe and the witness Eliyahu, who is like Aharon, the fullness of our deliverance. Isaiah 43:18 through 19 says, "Remember not the things of the past, neither bring old things to remembrance. Behold, I will do a new thing. It shall soon come to light. Shall you not know it?" So only three times does Yahweh says that he'll do a new thing. In this one, well, continue says, "Again, I will make a way in the desert and rivers in the barren land." This spiritually is talking about how even during the apostasy, which is something you mentioned, how Yahweh started to reaching out to us through his ruach of some years ago, almost a couple decades already. Um, how Yahweh made a way in the desert. While we were in the desert of Christianity, in the apostasy, Yahweh showed us the way, which is Yahushua. But now, in the more literal sense, it's talking about how there will be a second Exodus. And just like Yahweh gave water to them in the desert, he will give whatever the chosen few need when they flee. Yahushua is the way that leads to the streams of living water, as we see in scriptures. A new thing, according to the Concordance 2319 of the Hebrew, says Hadash, to renew something by doing it again, or over, to regenerate. Um, just like we will receive new bodies, just like there will be a new Exodus, just like there will be the death of two people, just like there was the death of Mashiach and John the Baptist, right? Yahuhanan.
So
So,
this new thing, can it also symbolize what you were talking about with Tamar? Because she, even though she wasn't barren by default, I mean, she was barren by default. She wasn't barren because of natural circumstances, but because there was no man righteous that she had to do what she did. But he made that barren place fruitful. And from that was the seed of Yahusha, right? The seed of the
exactly.
woman.
Yeah, great point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
So,
so good.
yeah, no
Mm,
doubt. Then the covenant you mentioned there from Jeremiah 31, and then heaven and earth, the new heavens and the new earth, as we see in Isaiah 65. It
perfect.
says here, can also indicate something completely new, never seen before, such as a new song, which is interesting because Yahweh says that um, he will make a new thing, like I said, three times, and he's referring to something that hasn't been seen in the world. So that is huge because Yahweh made everything in the first 7 days, but
Mm,
then he reserved three things to make them throughout history, right? So that's why he says, "I will make a new thing." So that is huge because that means that what is coming is something new that we cannot
mm.
imagine how amazing, how beautiful, how powerful it will
Hallelujah.
be. So, as you were saying here, such as the new song of praise, we will sing a new spirit he gives to us. We are already in the throes of. See, you want to read that?
Transition, yeah. So I would not have to read it. I just know
And
it's
please,
there.
okay,
Yeah,
if you want, yeah, go ahead, explain that. Continue.
yeah.
I'll be right back in like 10 seconds.
Okay, okay,
That's it.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Hallelujah. Okay, so what our brother was talking about is that we should not look back, and I thought this was really interesting. And then you guys, please bear with us. So he had to use a AI to translate from his book in Spanish to English, and then from that, I took his notes and then put them and tried to organize them. So our brother's not really accustomed to looking at the notes, and especially looking at notes that somebody else did for him in a different language. So I'm sure we'll get used to it. Eventually, we'll flow with this. But I think he's more comfortable just flowing with the information. But what he was basically saying is that the fullness of our deliverance will come, and it will come like a new thing, so that we should not look back at what was already done, even though we see these things as a shadow or a picture or a pattern of something. But he's saying that what will come in this second Exodus will supersede what was in the first Exodus. Even an example of that new thing, which is to regenerate, we can see it even in the covenant. So even though there was a covenant of old, we see the regeneration as something even superior for what was written in the letter has now been established in the spirit of the law. So again, we see that the original heaven and earth that we exist in today in this space and time has obviously been defiled, but what is to come is a new heaven and a new earth, again, something superior. It can also indicate something completely new as something that has never been seen before. And I think he's back. Praise Yah.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to make a point and confirm what my brother was saying, was that as we talked about last week, we are already in that transition of exiting, coming out of her, right? Because many of us have heard the call of our shepherd, and he is leading us, right? It's like the cloud by day, the fire by night. We're being led by his ruach, and he's navigating us. He's taking us through the high ground, the low ground. Therefore, the idea here that our brother is making a point to is that we should not look back. Just like we don't want to be like Lot's wife who looked back, right? We don't want to be like the children of Israel who came out of Egypt and looked back. We don't want to be like the people who came out of Babylon and they actually went back to Egypt. There were many who went back to Egypt. We want to look forward towards the promise, which again, as our brother suggested, is something far greater than what they inherited as the land of Canaan. Our inheritance will supersede the physical land of Canaan. In Philippians 3:12-14, it says, not that I have already obtained all this or have already been made perfect, but I press on to take hold of that which Yahushua HaMashiach took hold of me. So, brothers, he says, I do not consider myself yet to have taken hold of it, but one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining towards what is ahead, I press on towards the goal to win the prize of Yahuwah's heavenly calling in Yahusha. So I just wanted to confer what you were saying about how we are to look forward to something, not that it's completely deviating from the original pattern, but we have a great hope, right? We have something to look forward to.
That's right. So I think you've pretty much finished with this part, right? Well,
Mhm.
what that last part, I'll just read that. Those with eyes to see. Oh, that's fine then.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty
Go
sure
ahead.
you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No,
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 that's
no.
fine.
Hold on.
I
Go ahead.
told you. Thank you. So, um,
And we have
says,
2 more slides and we're pretty much done. But if you have anything to talk about the fullness of deliverance and a new thing, yeah.
well, the new thing, well, like I was saying, there will be a lot of new things, even a new heavens and a new earth. The fact that even the second manifestation, which I've been explaining, seems new to most, even though it has been in scriptures forever. Um, so even this about the second Exodus, the new body that we will receive, the new life,
Oh,
the ruach,
hallelujah.
the new heart with the covenant.
Mm,
So he renews all things,
mm.
no doubt about that. And then, well, let me see from this. Therefore, have already attained this. Well, yeah, you read that. The one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize of Yahweh's heavenly calling in Yahushua. So those with eyes to see and ears to hear will discern rightly what has been prophesied, right? When those who actually have ears to hear will actually listen to the Ruach as they study the scriptures. The Father will
Mm,
speak to them. Those who seek the will of the Father will, with all their hearts, will not, shouldn't be afraid of what is to come, right? For they will be protected by the Most High, and that is what everybody needs to understand. Just like Israel during the plagues was in Goshen being protected and nothing happened to them while the plagues were happening, the same will be with the chosen few. So that's why we need to persevere till the end. Those who persevere till the end will be saved. So if you actually seek the will of the Father, you shouldn't be afraid, because the Father will take care of you. He will reveal himself to you and show you what you are supposed to do. And that's pretty much what uh, we are doing here, right, with this, and going through the scriptures and what the Almighty tells us about what will happen in the end. So yeah, so let's go to the next
mhm.
one. Jeremiah 16:14-17 says, nevertheless, the days are coming. When scripture says the days are coming, or in that day, the days are coming means the end days. In that day, it means the day of Yahweh, which is the millennium, the 1,000 years, which actually begin during those last 7 of the week of Daniel. But that's for another moment. So, nevertheless, the days are coming, says Yahweh, when it will no longer be said, this is very important verse, as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel from the land of Egypt. So Yahweh is telling us, you will no longer say that. But as Yahweh lives, he brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north and from the lands where he had driven them. So he's saying, you will no longer remember or speak about the exodus from Egypt, because I will make a greater one, a more amazing one, when I gather you from all the nations. He brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north and from all the lands where he had driven them. For I will return them to their land, which I gave to their fathers. I will send many fishermen. Remember what Mashiach said? I will make you fishermen, right? Fishers of men. So through the doctrine of the apostles, the men started to be picked up by the Father, right? And that's why there are so many analogies or that we see in scriptures regarding fishermen. And like I said earlier, the song pieces or Pisces, right, on how to fish, representing the era of 2,000 years that is finishing or has finished, um, known as the era of Pisces. So I will send my fishermen, says Yahweh, and they shall fish them, the few. And afterward I will send many hunters, and they shall herd them, hunt them. Those will be the many. So you see how it says fishermen and then hunters. The fishermen, well, when you take a fish from the sea, the fish still alive, right? And it's changing from the dimension of water to the dimension of air. We were born from our mothers from water. That's why the water breaks. And now we will be brought to the dimension of the spirit. So the fish, when they come out, they're still alive. Obviously, if you leave them like that, they will die eventually. But that's why there will be a transformations. Our bodies will uh, change into the body that we need so that we can exist in that other reality. But then there will be hunters, and those are the ones sent by the beast to kill the many who will be resurrected afterwards. So, and they shall fish them, and afterward I will send many hunters, and they shall hunt them on every mountain, because the many, like you were mentioning regarding the foolish virgins, they were virgins, but they were foolish. They didn't keep the oil. So when the time came, they were not ready. So some, like the wife of Lot, will go out, but she won't, but they won't be transformed. So that's why on every mountain, on every hill, and in the caves of the rocks, for mine eyes are upon all their ways, which are not hid from me, neither is their wickedness hid from me. So, says Yahweh prophesies that in the near future we will no longer speak of the miracles performed in the Exodus from Egypt. However amazing they may have been, since what we will do in our time, but I mean, since what he will do in our time will be superior, among other things, due to the fact that this time he will gather everyone from every place of the earth where he is. So that only that is huge once the harvest is fulfilled. But last time we didn't get new bodies. This time we will. Last time it took 40 years. This time it won't.
Hallelujah.
And many other great things. So Sidon, which is
Hallelujah.
the name of a place, Sidon means fishing and hunting. So Sidon represents the harvest, those who will be uh, as fish and those who will be hunted. So refers to the few who will be fished, says there, during during the harvest, and the many.
Harvest. It did bring up rapture in the
Yeah,
AI. The
yeah, that was the
AI.
AI. So my
Wicked.
bad for using the AI, but yeah, we needed the info to pass it along, and it was so much information that I
Yeah, it was
did
a
that
lot.
hoping that it would work, but has some issues
It's
still.
okay.
So,
We'll get it.
during the harvest, and the many who will be hunted, as Hosea 5:7, which we already read, right, in the curse of 30 days. During 30 days, the many will be hunted. Then it says, which is the second part of the harvest. Remember that I said Revelation 14 has two parts. The harvest has two parts. First, the wheat, and then the grapes. The second part, the grapes, are the many.
Right.
So, which is the second part of the harvest? In this case, that of the grapes, who are those who will have to die before being resurrected to eternal life. And I think the last,
Interesting.
right?
So hold on really quick. And we do have one. It's just some verses that you ended that chapter with some verses. But interesting. So I don't know if there's a correlation, but I wrote it down because I'm going to look into it. But interesting note. So the fish and the hunters, what do you have? The sea and the earth. And even though we can see the opposite to that which is good, we could see that which is ra'ah, that which is evil, right? So the first beast comes out as the beast of the sea, and the second beast is the beast of the earth, that which is hunted. And so I started thinking about the fish, meaning a beast that is religious. And then I started thinking about the beast of the earth being that which is of the beast or the man or politics, right? So I started thinking about those two beasts, and could it be that the first beast will be a one who stands as a man of perhaps universal religion, and the second one is able to then govern power over policies and foreign affairs, and thus give his authority over to this first beast, which stands as a religious sort of pillar, if you will, and then the two acting together, the beast of the sea, and then the beast of the earth, the fish and the hunters. I don't know. I mean, if there's something there, I don't know, but I'm gonna look into it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, kind of like what you said, but the other way around. The second beast is the religious one, who gets
uh,
authority from the first. Like she
uh.
has the same authority of the first, while she is with well, what it is with the first beast.
I was gonna say
So
she. Is it a she?
my bad. In Spanish, it would be she.
Oh no. I'm like, oh no,
La
what did we do
bestia, la
now?
bestia. My bad. You know how Spanish and Hebrew, they have feminine, masculine words.
Everything's
So
a she. My sister-in-law, her mom, everything's a she. She says the fly. Oh, the fly, she's so nice. Everything, she's so nice. She's so nice. The fly, kill her. How do you know it's a her? Well,
the
she's right there.
the
Everything's a
what?
she. Yeah.
The flag?
The fly.
Oh, the flag.
There was
No,
this
in
example
Spanish,
I have. There was
Is la mosca, so it's a
la
she.
mosca.
Yeah,
She.
la is not el mosco. That would be
Oh,
a different
él, that's
creature.
right. All
So
right,
yeah,
let's conclude. We got the first and the last. And
all right,
so we're going to actually hold off on the greater revelation of the first and the last, since our brother has a lot to say about that, because we don't have enough time. And I do want to get some questions and answers in. If you want to just kind of glean over the arm and the hand, because I
sure,
don't know that we'll have enough time for you to explain how Mikael
sure. Don't worry
participates
about it.
in the end time events. But if you want to read these two,
Sure,
and
sure.
then I'll pull up the parable of the tenants for you.
All
Okay,
right, so I'll explain as good as
go for it.
possible. Ezekiel 20:37 through 37. I mean 33 through 37.
Yeah.
As I live, says Yahweh, the sovereign, with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. So mighty hand and outstretched arm. So hand and arm. In this case, it will be last and first, the order in which they are being mentioned. And in the fierceness of my wrath, meaning the last days, I will reign over you, because he first came as a priest, now comes as a king. I will bring you out from among the people. So that happens during the second Exodus, and gather you from the lands where you are scattered, with a strong hand and an
Mm,
outstretched arm. Once again, last and
right.
first. And in the
Love it.
fierceness of my wrath, I will bring you into the wilderness during the the time to flee, during the second Exodus. That is the time when the false Messiah will manifest and tell everybody, get the mark. Bring you into the wilderness of the peoples, meaning nations, and there I will contend with you face to face. Right, as it happened during the Exodus, and says that Moshe would speak with Elohim face to face, as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So the same that happened back in the day will happen now, but not from Egypt, but from all the nations. So will I plead with you, says Yahweh the sovereign. I will cause you to pass under the rod, meaning righteousness. The rod represents
Mm,
authority or righteousness, and will bring you into the bonds of the covenant. Yahushua made the covenant. So Yahushua made the new covenant with his blood, and the last is given the rod of iron to rule the nations. So now it says the arm of Yahweh, that will be Yahushua the first. The hand of Yahweh, that will be the last, the second manifestation of Yahweh on this earth. For he said, I am the first and I am the last. there are a lot of verses that point to the last being a malach manifested as men, so that we will see eventually. That's why I wrote there Mikael, but we can just see it as a regular human being because that's how he comes. So Yahushua came from a virgin. The last comes from a regular relationship between a male and a female, as we see in Jeremiah 31 and we see in Micah 5 and other parts, but those are the two that are the most. Oh, and Isaiah 9. Um, because just like Yahushua was prophesied to come from a virgin, the last is prophesied to come from uh, a regular relationship. I repeat. So as it says here, both are demonstrative in the first Exodus from Egypt. The second Exodus will conclude with Yahweh's people entering into the promise. The wrath of Yahweh will be manifested as his kingdom is fully established on earth. Something that is important to mention that I was going to mention earlier from Daniel 2. We see in the book of Daniel 2, chapter 2, that Yahweh will establish his kingdom in a literal sense, for Mashiach already brought it spiritually. The last will establish the kingdom while the 10 horns are ruling on this earth. So while the beast is ruling, Yahweh will begin to establish his kingdom. That, I repeat, is in Daniel 2 in case you want to see it. So his kingdom, in the literal sense, will begin to be established in our time as the beast starts to establish his, but his will only last 1,290 days. Well, in fact, the beasts will last 42 months. It is the abomination of desolation that will last 1,290 days. But right after that, the kingdom of Yahweh will remain for 1,000 years and then for eternity. And that is what is mentioned in Daniel 2 at the pretty much the end of the chapter, when he speaks about the stone that is not cut by the man, the hand of a man, and then that stone comes down and destroys the statue that Nebuchadnezzar saw, hits it on the feet made of iron and clay, right? The last government, and then he comes all down, and that stone becomes a mountain. A mountain, that means a kingdom. So
Wow.
he will gather us. Ezekiel 11:17-18. Therefore say, thus says Yahweh the sovereign, I will gather you from the peoples. Once again, I will assemble you from the lands in which you are scattered. Yahweh, not the UN, not
Mm-hmm.
not the Zionists, not
Not
the Rothschilds.
military, the money.
Exactly. Yahweh, exactly. As you have mentioned many times, not by strength, not by might, not by fire. I mean,
The arm of the
using
flesh.
weapons, exactly, but by
Right.
my ruach, by my spirit. So
Hallelujah.
I will assemble you from from the lands in which you are scattered, and I will give you the land
Mm.
of Israel. They shall return thither, and shall take away from her all her idolatries and all her
Mm.
abominations. Yahweh, as it says here, has appointed a time in the end when he will gather Israel and restore to them their inheritance, including the dominion over the land, which they don't have at the moment, and that's why they're still at war at the very moment we speak.
Mm.
In fact, I heard a speech from Joe Biden a couple days ago where he pretty much referenced the Second World War, uh,
Mm.
and comparing it to nowadays, kind of like saying that this will be the third. And if so,
Mhm.
that could be, like I have said, that would be the second seal, and that would put us at the end of the first year of the last seven. That would be huge. So it says here, Matthew 5:5, blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. They will
Mm.
inherit the earth. I will give
Mm.
you, that means, right, or they will inherit that
Future.
for the
Right.
future. Those who
Mm.
have stolen the land will be cast out, just like Hazatan is cast out.
Mm.
And well, all
And
those
it
verses
does say that he comes to steal, kill, and
kill and
destroy.
destroy.
Steals
Exactly.
the land, he steals the inheritance, right? He kills those who are rightful tenants or possessors, and then he destroys the land with the abominations and idolatries and sin, right? The bloodshed. In fact, it says that the violent have it's the violence, right? So if you look at what is opposite to violence, it is meekness. And so meekness is anger, right? Slow to anger, slow to wrath. And so those who have been violent, they have shed the blood of innocent. And so the land has been defiled because of all the sin and the blood. And that is the retribution or the result of Hasatan having temporary dominion over the earth, right? Being the prince of the air. But that is reclaimed and given back. Yahusha obviously then taking dominion over heaven and earth, and then what he does with that dominion is he brings forth something new or restored. Correct?
Yep, exactly.
All
Um,
right.
with
You want me to bring up parable of the tenants just to
Sure,
confirm what you were saying?
sure. And
Okay.
well, as you guys can see, there are many verses also mentioned there, which I haven't read, and we wouldn't have time for it. But hopefully, you guys will write them down, and then check them out on your scriptures, so that you see confirmation of what we've spoken tonight, and even
Hmm.
more that we haven't spoken about, sadly. Because in a way, I would love to just read each of the verses. Remember, I sent you a list of many
You did.
verses. I would love to just read that, because that says everything. So I mean, verse by verse, you can see the confirmation of everything we'll be discussing, and even more. So, yeah, you
Well,
can go
what
ahead.
they can do, Brother, let me just before we bring up these, let me put this up for you. Hold on. And what I'll do is I'll give them your email so that if they have any questions, you can send them. You can send them the copy of those verses, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think
Sure, I
that's
can
your
do that.
email. Is that your email? No, that's your YouTube channel. Um, well, we'll get your email in just a second. But if you want to conclude with, so basically what you
Yeah,
were saying is that those who have stolen the land will be cast out of it. Those who are occupying it, who are counterfeit, right? They have lied about who they are and their right to possession. But they will eventually be exposed, right? They will be exposed for being the tares. And then the land will then be given to its rightful owner. We're going to see that first in the natural, also in the spiritual, right? Just as you know that Yahuwah is the possessor of the soul. He created all things. He is the author and finisher of our faith. That's why Genesis is so important, because Genesis is the Greek word for gene or genome. It's the word for cell, biology, cell, in which DNA or genetic material is composed from. And if you look at the word for Genesis in the Hebrew, it's the word toldot, which means the source of something. So and so, and this is the genealogy of Noah, or the genealogy. And so you see a genealogy as Noah being the source of that particular lineage. While if you look at Toldot or Genesis, you see the genealogy of creation, and the source of that creation is Yahweh Elohim. So the counterfeit would then be Satan perverting his position and making claim that he is the author, or that he is the master of the soul. Through sin, he does then enslave or capture the individual, but he doesn't have a rightful claim. So he will be removed from his position as a taskmaster, a pharaoh, if you will, and the children will then be released from that captivity and they would be returned then to their rightful master, their rightful owner. So that was interesting. But here it says the parable of the tenants. Do you want to read that, brother?
Sure. Not sure in which part it was. It was right after what we just saw. Oh, here we go. Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah. It was this
concluded
one.
by.
It was this one. I
Oh,
thought.
okay, you see it.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
it says here
Sorry.
another parable. Um,
Is it stuck? Is it frozen? Okay, you got
yeah.
it.
There you go. There you go. Here another parable. There was a certain man, a householder, who planted a vineyard, that is Israel, and placed a hedge around it, and dug a winepress in it, and built a watchtower. And he leased it to farmers and went abroad. So this can be interpreted several ways. There are four levels of interpretation, and I will kind of go over a couple of them, like real quick. Um, this obviously, in the literal or most earthly sense, refers to the Pharisees, right? They were supposed to take care of what Yahweh planted, what Yahweh started. with the Torah after the Exodus. On the other hand, the angels were supposed to keep the creation, and just as the Pharisees, so did the Malachim acted, meaning obviously the rebellious Malachim. So, and he listed to farmers and went abroad. And when the season of the fruits drew near, he sent his servants to the farmers to receive its fruit, meaning harvest. Remember that there were two times of harvest, the time of Sukkot and the time of Shavuot. So there was a type of harvest during the time of Shavuot when Yahushua gave the Ruach HaKodesh. And when the season of the fruits drew near, he sent his servants to the farmers to receive its fruit. Obviously, the main harvest is at the very end of times, as we see in Revelation 14. And that's why Mashiach said, one is the one who sows and one is the one who reaps. So Mashiach came as the first with John the Baptist, who was Eliyahu, to sow the seed. Now comes the last with Eliyahu, the two witnesses, to harvest the fruit. So, and when the season of the fruits drew near, he sent his servants to the farmers to receive its fruit. And the farmers took his servants and beat one and killed one, and they stoned another. So, like the prophets. And again, he sent other servants more than the first, and they did likewise to them. So, like I was saying, there are two ways in which we can interpret this. One, referring to what they did to Mashiach right after the prophets when Mashiach came, and another one talking about the prophets. Then with these second ones, the apostles, and then the last coming to do what he has to do. So again, he sent other servants. Like I said, in one interpretation, this could be the apostles more than the first, and they did likewise to them. And at last, he sent his son to them, saying, they shall respect my son. But when the farmers saw the son, I repeat, both the Pharisees, the scribes, and the angels on the other hand, they said among themselves, this is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and let us possess his inheritance. And they took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the sovereign of the vineyard comes, so you see that he sent his son, that is the first, after the prophets. And now he himself has to come, the master or the sovereign of the vineyard. That's why Yahweh in Psalm 110 says to Mashiach, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies as your footstool. That's why Yahweh has to come and through the ministry of the last bring down Satan after the resurrection of the two witnesses, and that is the enemies of Yahushua on his footstool, because the heavens are the throne and the footstool is the earth. So when Satan and his angels fall to the earth, that's when Psalm 110 is fulfilled, when Yahweh has come to bring down his enemies to his footstool. So this is the part. Therefore, when the sovereign of the vineyard comes, what shall he do to those farmers? They said to him, evil ones. He shall bring them to evil destruction and lease the vineyard to other farmers who shall give to him the fruits of their seasons, in their seasons, my bad. And lease the vineyard to other farmers who shall give to him the fruits in their seasons. So, once his people are all gathered and finally the millennium, the 1,000 years go by with shalom in the world, Yahushua said to them, did you never read in the scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone? This is what Yahweh, this was from Yahweh, and it is marvelous in our eyes. So there he was closing, pretty much saying that they were rejecting him, and that is why he was going to become the cornerstone. So pretty much saying that he was the one that is the son whom they would kill to fulfill this parable right here. And well, if I continue, it has to do with, it continues explaining the parable. I believe, well, I don't have the chapter that I sent you around here, sadly. I wanted to check some about this.
Yeah, what chapter? Tell me and I can look for it.
Well, pretty much the part where this parable appeared.
Oh, you didn't send me that. I'm sorry. No, I just added that.
Okay, you added it? Okay, perfect. That's fine. Yeah, I was wondering.
Okay. All right. So before we continue, I just want to let everybody know, listen, If you have any questions or comments, now's the time to post them in the chat room. We're pretty much concluded with our presentation. And what we'll do now is just have a discussion about, or basically give a synopsis of what was presented tonight. And again, if you have any comments or questions about anything that was said, we will be more than happy to address it. Just please be respectful of our host, myself included. And yeah, we'll be more than happy to look at these things. I think it behooves us to actually do that. In fact, the word Yahuwah himself says, come and reason with me, come wrestle with me with your information, like what you think is true. Come reason with me, come wrestle with me. I don't think that he is offended by our opinions or our perceptions. This is how we wrestle with the word, and that includes one another. I mean, we don't have to subjugate ourselves simply because somebody stands in a position of authority and says, hey, I've studied this for 20 years and I know what I know. I think we should all remain flexible and humble as we look through these things, because we are all one member, and the controversies and the conflict that exists inside the body will really just tear at the body rather than build up the body. So I'm okay with people having differences of opinions. I've worked with lots of people who have differences of opinions, but it doesn't mean that we can't challenge them simply because they have a difference of opinion. So with that being said, questions and comments, I would love to hear from you. Brother, would you like to conclude basically the second Exodus? Remember, y'all, this is just the first part. There's so much more information that Brother Koresh has, and I'm sure it's easier for Brother Koresh to just sort of flow with this information. I'll give a testimony really quick to Brother Koresh. So this, I pushed him for notes. I pushed him and pushed him and said, I need notes. And he was like, well, I just flow. He's like, the notes are in my head. The notes are in my heart. And so I said, yes, but I'm sure that, people are going to want to, take notes, write it down. It's a lot of information. They don't have access to the book. So it's not like they can highlight things and just, document stuff. So if we can put it in some sort of format where people can then take their own notes during the study, that would be really good. So he agreed. And you have to remember patiently, please, that he's not accustomed to A, working with someone else, B, his book is originally written in Spanish, so he used a translator that didn't translate everything properly. And then on top of that, he handed it over to me, had no idea what I was doing. I put it together in a format that he was like, what is this? We didn't have a lot of time to review it. And so he was just trying to fly off the cuff, flow, but also respect my format. So I can appreciate that. Thank you very much. You did very good, Brother Koresh. But now's a good time. If you would like to summarize things, that would be great. Yeah. And then I think there was a concern that someone had, but at this point, I think, yeah. So can I just show something really fast? If you want to summarize, before you summarize, let me get this out of the way, because I don't want to, again, detract from your presentation. So somebody is concerned. Her name is Julie. And Julie, I am seeing your comments, and I do appreciate your concern. I know that you might be a little heated, but it behooves us. It behooves us to first study like a Berean. The word says to be a Berean and to study these things out, not to become easily tripped up, emotional, right? Or unstable, but rather listen and then say, hey, that doesn't make sense. Write it down and then go study it out for yourself. So if we were to look at, and I will show you the verse, I already put the verse in there for you, but I will pull it up for you again. Give me a second. And this is regarding Azazel, and I was able to find the verse. So part of the terms of redemption, just really quick, it's Leviticus chapter 16, verse, and you actually all of Leviticus 16, but specifically 16 verses 10. Now, again, I know that we are accustomed to tradition, and tradition says certain things. And so we've sort of mixed in. Can we just all agree that we have some things have just been kind of a mixture, and it's not really our fault. It's not because we are purposefully trying to deceive others with information and fit things in. It's just because when we first came out, all that was available to us was teachings from Chabad.org, or teachings from the Hasidic community, or teachings from rabbinical orthodoxy. So we're having to sift through all of that, plus get rid of all the Christian stuff and the former things, and come into a place where it's just the truth, right? And that's not an easy task. So we have to bear with one another patiently We have to be gentle and bear patiently with one another. So in Leviticus, just really quick, Leviticus chapter 16. And again, I would encourage you, if you have real questions for me, not offended by me, but real questions, go back and watch my 3-4 hour presentation on Yom Kippur. And it says here, and Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, one lot for Yahweh and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which Yahuwah's lot fell and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be a scapegoat shall be presented alive before Yahuwah to make atonement with him and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. So atonement, and then there's another verse too, so many other verses that talk about him making atonement for him, right? And even the bullock, it was also made for atonement, because atonement simply means a partial covering or a type of covering. So again, it behooves us to study these things, to go look and really just stay accountable to the truth, even if we don't necessarily agree with everybody else. But that's a simple. Were you guys able to see that presentation or no? Did I not share my screen? Oh no. Did I share my screen,
What?
brother?
I'm not sure. I was looking for the verse actually.
Okay.
You say
Okay,
verse
let's
what?
see. Let me see.
Leviticus
Yeah, let
16
me
verse
share
1?
my. Yes, sir. Let me share it, okay? And then this way, here we go. Leviticus 16:10, right there, so you can see for yourself. But and there's other verses. I mean, it's a whole presentation. And am I not sharing it still? What am I not?
I don't think so.
Are you not able to see? Still?
But
I don't understand. Okay,
verse
hold on.
10. Then, okay.
Why
But
is
the
not
goat on which the
sharing?
Lord fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before Yahweh to make atonement upon it. To
Oh, I
make
see
atonement
why.
upon it.
Yeah, to make atonement upon it. So it atones, right? So it
But
atones as the scapegoat. Yeah. Go ahead. You can see that.
okay, you sharing it now?
hmm
Okay, let me see
So
it.
if we go to 21,
It's
21, and it says right here, and Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Yasharel and all their transgressions in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. Look at, and the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities unto a
Yeah,
land not inhabited. Right.
yeah.
So I don't see
But
how
listen, do
Barabbas
you know that
fits that.
what atones is blood.
hmm
Scripture says blood is what atones.
hmm
And this is not dying. This goat is not giving its blood, but is being
Right.
cursed because of all the sins. That's why he keeps
hmm
the sins, and that's why that goat didn't have to die. But the Jewish
hmm
people, they were afraid that the goat would return with all the sins, so they ended up making a commandment to kill the goat, and they ended up making a sacrifice for Azazel, which is not what Yahweh sent. And like I said, Azazel is an angel who was trapped in the wilderness, and that's why the goat for Azazel would be sent to the wilderness.
hmm
And like I
Okay.
said,
Yeah.
well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like here again, I have my verses here, so that the hands were laid upon the live goat and the sins were confessed. That's the word yada, from this actual root word yad, to lay the hand and confess, right? So I just don't see how that foreshadows or points to Barabbas doing any of these things for us. No confession of sin was placed upon him.
No,
And
that's not the point. There was no confession of sin either, or place of hands on Mashiach while he was the lamb or the male goat sacrifice for Yahweh. Azazel represents the criminal, represents the one that is guilty of sin. That's why Azazel in Hanok is condemned with all the sin. Just like in Revelation, the great whore of Babylon is accused of um, having spilled all the blood on the earth. So she's pretty much given the guilt. That was the word I was looking for a long time ago. The guilt of all the people who have died is her fault, But when it comes to the guilt for all the sins of men, that goes to Azazel, according to the book of Hanok. And that's why that goat didn't die, because it remained with the sins. So that means it kept the sins that were taken away from the people. And that's why the goat was sent to the wilderness, not killed. I repeat.
Interesting. Okay. So, like I said, I have obviously here's all of my notes, and we're not going to go over them, but I have looked into this extensively, as you can see, all of my notes. I think there's like I have over like 20 something pages of notes just on this alone and what was actually being fulfilled. But here's the thing. So, to say, okay, Azazel, just to point to one shadow picture that it's really just one shadow picture that Yahusha and Barabbas or a shadow, or that the Azazel and the goat, the goat for kafar or for covering is a shadow picture of Yahusha and Barabbas, just to fulfill that one thing. But yet I have notes, like notes and notes and notes, which are all biblical, like biblical scriptures that don't have to point to that as a shadow picture, but talk about how there's a reason why he utilized Azazel, which again is to say that he was, this is the idea that I'm making. This is the point that I'm making. And again, it's scriptural. What I'm saying is that Azazel fulfilled a purpose. Azazel bore upon him the sins of the children in order to remove them, a foreshadowing of what Yahusha would do by bearing our iniquities upon him. In
But
fact,
that's
he
what he
doesn't have
did.
to make, let me finish, brother, but he doesn't have to make he didn't have to make that claim. We didn't have to confess our sins upon him because the prophets did. The prophets made a claim that he would bear our iniquities and our transgressions. But then
On
he
the cross, on
it's
the
a,
cross.
right. And it's and where did he go? He went
To
into a
death.
desolate place. He went into Sheol, brother, which is a representation of this wilderness or this
No, but he
desolate place.
died.
And he went in, he died
This
and was resurrected.
Azazel
He was
didn't
brought
die.
forth at that place. Okay, so
Well,
you want
can I
to
read
use the
something? Can I
fact
read
that
something?
Azazel, and so
Can I
that
read
it
something?
points to Barabbas, but I'm saying that it points to the fact that Yahusha would do something greater, which is to remove our transgressions from us, to
But
remove them from us completely, right?
since the since the wages of death of sin are death, then he
Mhm.
had to die to pay for that sin that he took upon himself when going to the
Yeah.
cross, as Isaiah 53 prophesied. But Leviticus 17, which is right after 16, Leviticus 17, right after the explanation of Yom Kippur, says, "For the life of the flesh is in the blood," verse 11. "And I have
Mhm.
given it to you, the blood, upon the altar, not Azazel, to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes atonement for the soul," not the goat for Azazel alive. The blood that makes atonement. So it needs to be spilled. That's
Right.
why
So
he
let me
said,
clarify again. So I'm not talking about Azazel making atonement. Never once did I say that. I said that the
no, you
sins
did.
were
You did.
placed upon him as a burden. No, I didn't. I
Okay.
said that they were placed upon him as a burden, and that the sins, he represents removing the transgression from the camp, removing the sin, taking it out of, removing it from us completely, not just placating, which is what atonement means. It means to cover something, that is to hide it from sight, to placate. The blood placates or hides. But I am saying that this is a foreshadowing of sin being completely removed and eradicated,
Okay,
eventually
yeah, I mean,
being
in that
utterly
sense,
destroyed.
in that
Yeah.
sense of putting the sin somewhere so that it goes
Yeah.
away, yeah,
Completely gone. That's what I was trying to say. That's all I've ever said.
yeah,
And again,
but
you
you
can
you
go
use the
watch
word
my
atonement. You use atonement.
No, no, no. I showed you the in
Okay,
the
fine.
verse. I showed you the verse where it says in Leviticus 10, whatever, Leviticus 16:10, where it says that, and it shall be for atonement. So again, I'm
No,
not the one that said that.
you said it. I
The
mean,
lady was asking. The
okay,
lady was
no, that's fine.
asking
That's
that
fine.
I blasphemed by saying that. She
Oh, I
in
don't
the
know. I
chat.
didn't read that. I didn't read that, but it's fine. I mean,
Right, which I was trying to respond to the woman, not
cool,
necessarily
cool.
to you, because I'm
No,
sure
no,
that if we had a moment to talk about these things, we would probably, you and I,
take
come to
forever.
the same conclusion.
Yeah, yeah.
But this woman was saying that I blasphemed, and I was showing her in the verse where it says that, where I got that information from. Now, my perspective is that it shows a foreshadowing of how sin would eventually be eradicated, because that's what Yahusha comes to do. Because the word literally says that Yahusha's final enemy is death. death will be no more. So he throws sin and death into the lake of fire, the grave. I'm sorry, not sin and death, but death and the grave are thrown into the lake of fire. So again, that was my point. But if anybody would like to at least hear my perspective, I mean, there's a lot of information. You can go back and check out my teaching on Yom Kippur. But again, I didn't want to turn this into a debate about that, because I don't want to take away from what our brother was trying to present tonight, which was about the second Exodus. So I'm going to hand it over to you, brother. There are some comments perhaps, and one I wrote down for you, which was someone had asked about, I think Omar made a comment about the 144,000 being the only ones that will be brought out in the second Exodus. And then there was some clarification about the 144,000 being the heads of the tribe. So can you explain that, please? And again, if you have questions and comments, go ahead and put them in the chat.
You don't have the comment or the question?
No, it was so far back, but I
Okay.
did write it down, and that's the comment was, I think Omar, if Omar, you want to make that statement again, that would be great. But he was basically saying that the 144,000 are the only ones. I'm not sure if he
The
used the
chosen few.
word
Okay, yeah. Well,
only.
I'll explain it.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
as I was saying, well, when it comes to Christian doctrine, they say the 144,000 they are Jewish people, right? The 144,000 are mentioned in Revelation, so the Jewish people don't know anything about that. Um, I mean, or they don't accept it. The the scripture talking about the 144,000 says several things that Christians take literal, in the literal sense, which actually makes no sense, because it says, for instance, that the 144,000 will be without stain before the throne of Yahweh, meaning they will have no sin. And if that was the case in the literal sense, then they wouldn't need Messiah. And there would be no reason for Messiah to have come, since there would be 144,000 just like him. And that is not what scripture is saying, because it would be a contradiction with the rest of scriptures. So it's talking about 144,000 who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They are virgins, not in the literal sense, but in the sense that they did not mix themselves with the great whore of Babylon right after coming to Mashiach, who gives us a new life. So after they were born again in Mashiach, they remain in Mashiach and follow Mashiach wherever he goes. They don't get inside a certain church or false doctrine or whore of Babylon. They remain pure, set apart, and there was no deception found in their mouths. So that goes along with the fact that the same 144,000 are the ones mentioned in Revelation 14 as the ones who are harvested like the wheat, and who have the name of the Father and the Son on the foreheads. So the seal of the living mighty one, who will separate the chosen few, is the confession and belief of the name of the Father and the Son. Plus, of course, the belief in their heart that Mashiach came and died for their sins and was resurrected by the power of the Most High after 3 days. So those two things are the two keys that I have mentioned. The few have both, the many have only one. So they have to go through the broad path, while the few have two keys: believe and confession. So the 144,000 are mentioned as males because they are leaders. They will be the kings and the priests. They are heads. But just like in, well, not only in the Exodus, but in many other parts of scriptures, we see that when they would count people, they wouldn't count the females and the children. They would count only the heads, because the female and children are pretty much the body and the arms and legs, right? Um, the rest of the parts of the body. So the head is the one that was counted, meaning the father in this case. Obviously, there, even more now, there are many cases in which the head of a family has to be a woman because of the man who left or whatever it may be. Obviously, that woman, just like every male, has Mashiach as the head. So in Revelation, it says that they are males. So Christians say they are males and that's it physically, not understanding that scripture says that in Yahushua there's no male nor female. We are all one. Then he says that they are virgins. They think that there are people who never had sex, but it's actually speaking about virgins spiritually. They are part, or they are the virgin of Revelation 12, the one who flees to the mountains, to the wilderness. They have no sin, that is because of Mashiach, not because of their own uh, power or whatever, because that would be a contradiction with the rest of scriptures. And no lies found in their mouths because they have the truth. Yahushua said, I am the truth. So the word of Yahweh, which is the name of the Son, is the truth. So that means they confess the name of Mashiach. Um, okay. So when the scripture talks about 144,000, he's talking about 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. Yahweh knows, obviously, where each of us comes from. He knows where we are at, and obviously, even more important, he knows our heart and those who are seeking his presence. So he reveals to them himself, he reveals himself to them through Mashiach, gives them the name of the Father and the Son, so they are sealed, which actually will happen right after the seventh seal, because remember that the names of the chosen few are written in the book of life, also the many, but mainly for what I'm about to say, the name of those who will be sealed on their foreheads are in the book of life. Yahushua starts to open the book of life, and he ends up opening it obviously until he reaches the seventh seal. So when he reaches the seventh seal, then he can open the scroll and see the names of the people who have to be sealed. That's why in Revelation 7 they haven't been sealed yet, and the Malach says, wait, don't destroy the earth and the land, the earth, don't destroy the sea and the earth before we seal the chosen few. So that is when the trumpets begin. That is the time when the chosen few will start to be sealed on their foreheads. And then the seventh trumpet when they are harvested. So connecting a little bit of everything with what we have spoken tonight, and to say everything in a nutshell, hopefully, the last 7 years is the week of Daniel. The first 3.5 years is when the two witnesses preach, Revelation 11. During those 3.5 years, they will be speaking to the world. Many, well, most will hate them. Few will actually listen and understand and follow. And therefore, when the trumpets begin, which is right after the seventh seal, then they will start to be sealed with the seal of the living mighty one, which is the name of the Father and the Son, during those six trumpets. After the sixth trumpet is when we see that the two witnesses will die. The two witnesses will be killed. They are resurrected. They go up to heaven. When they go up to heaven, Lucifer will be kicked out of heaven. He will be thrown into this reality. When he comes to this reality, he will enter a body and he will say to be the Christ. Most people, sadly, will follow him, and a lot will get the mark. Others will realize it, reject it, and be killed for it. But the chosen few, if they listen to Mashiach, as he said, and I would love to read Luke 17, perhaps we can read it next time. We can see how Yahushua says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken by the prophet Daniel, the abomination is a synonym of idol. Desolation is a synonym of destruction. So the abomination of desolation is the idol that causes destruction. So it is the image of the beast, the image that has been given the power to destroy, for he has the authority to kill those who don't worship him.
Okay,
So
Luke
when,
17, what?
just almost the whole.
Oh, the whole thing? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So that's why I
Okay.
said, but if you want, I can read it.
Okay.
I can read it
No,
quick.
go ahead.
Okay.
No, you guys read Luke 17. We don't do anything quick around here.
Okay, go. So yeah, you guys can read it, but hopefully we can do it next week if you want, because
Yeah.
it might take a while, but it's very important when it comes to explaining the
Sure.
the bad part or the issue with the doctrine of the rapture and how different it is from the true doctrine that we see in Scripture. So Luke is perfect for that, but we'll see it. We'll look at it later. So, well, next episode. As I was saying, so the two witnesses resurrect, they go up. By that time, the chosen few have been sealed already. They know already what's going to happen. Something that is also important. When Israel came out of Egypt, they came out on a 15th of the first month. But they thought they were on the seventh month because they had the wrong calendar. So Yahweh had to tell them, this will be the first month. Exodus 12, this will be the first month. So they thought they were on the 15th of the 7th, but they were told, no, you're on the 15th of the 1st.
Really
Right?
quick, it's interesting because the same thing happened when they came out of Babylon.
Exactly.
They did actually come out in the 7th month, though, and that's why they kept the first Hag they kept, I think, was Yom Kippur, even though they
Yom
had an
Teruah, which
altar,
they
they
call Rosh
erected
Hashanah.
one. Well, they
Yeah,
called it Rosh Hashanah because they assumed that it
exactly.
was the first
The
year, which
head
was
of the year.
Babylonian,
Yeah.
but it was Ethanim, it was the 7th month. Yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
So the same thing happened because it is also a shadow. Remember, what was the first place where Israel went right after coming out of Egypt? The first place they went was called Sukkot.
Hmm.
And what is the name of the
That's really
feast
good,
that happens on the 15th of the 7th?
right?
Sukkot. So in their minds, they were on the 15th of the 7th. They go to Sukkot to show us that the second Exodus will be on Sukkot, which is the 15th of the 7th. And Etanim means those who persevere. So he who perseveres till the end will be saved. Etanim is
That's
the
right.
month of those who persevere. So that's why Sukkot is on Etanim. So when the two witnesses resurrect, they go up. Satan comes down a day after, perhaps a day and a half after, but that close. Comes down,
Mhm.
most likely, like I have said, because of the many things that we see in scriptures, the false Messiah would manifest to the world in one instant during Sukkot, during the first day of Sukkot. And that is the day when the chosen few, when they realize that the false Messiah has manifested, they should go away from their houses, from their
That's good.
jobs, and they will go away and wait wherever they get to. Obviously, everybody should get rid of phones and anything that has a chip on, like in it, because they will be tracked through it. So the idea is to go away and not be present at home or at work when they will come to put the mark on everybody. Just like a few couple years ago, you know what they did, and they started to go to, like, this is not everywhere, but they started to go to the homes of people and trying to get them to get something that was being forced in a way on everybody, and that brought a lot of
Right.
death, sadly. So that was just a little example of what will happen with the mark. So when the
Yeah, it's
false
called a
Messiah,
mandate. It's called a
exactly,
mandate, and we can see the patterns of these their type of antichrist, in which each and every one ascribes a mandate. So there's a mandate in which they imply a law or a regulation in which one must then subjugate themselves to. But I want to bring something up. So you'd mentioned something before you move on. In First Thessalonians, actually 4:17, it's talking about the return of Mashiach, and it says, "For Yahuwah or Yahusha himself will descend from the Shamayim with a loud command, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of Elohim,
there you
and
go.
the dead in Mashiach will be the first to rise." But then it says, listen to this, and again, in concordance to what you were saying, after that, we who are alive and remain will be caught up together with them in the clouds as witnesses or testimony to meet him in the aero or air. And so we will always be with him. What's interesting is that you were talking about Sukkot, right? And again, that pointing to this tent, the tent, right? And so we can see symbolically that this is a tent in which we dwell temporarily, right? But we are sojourning, just like the children when they came out of Exodus. What did they do? They pitched tents. That's what Sukkot is, a memorial to remind them that they were temporarily dwelling in this place, but that there would be an eternal dwelling. In fact, in Revelation chapter 22, I believe it is, did you know, brother, in the end, it says that Yahweh tabernacles with his people once again. And it concludes. That's how the book ends. It book ends, and everything else is the promises, and he wipes the tears and all the good things. But the word tabernacles is in fact the word Sukkot. He Sukkots with his people once again. So we can see that even Emmanuel was a representation of not the first Mishkan, but the Ohel in which he met with them face to face in the tent of meeting. where you could just approach him. It was by his grace that you could approach him in the tent of meeting, and you can confer with him. You can inquire of him as a friend. And so this is that restoration, the promise of that restoration. So I start to think about the fact that we are in these temporal bodies, which can be likened to a tent, which when we go to sleep, we break down. When we wake up, we build it back up, right? So our tent, our physical bodies are really symbolic of the breaking down of the tents, which they did in the wilderness, cloud by day, fire by night. And they sojourned with him in this place. They broke it down. You imagine every time that the cloud would emerge, they would have to start to packing their stuff up. And, so it was important for them to travel lightly. Imagine the one that it was like what were those people that have a bunch of stuff and they hoarders, right? Imagine a hoarder, right? And
Having
they're
to
like,
leave, yeah.
oh, they would
That,
be
that, that-
way, way,
that's
way
a
in the
great
back, right?
example. That's a great
Yeah.
example because a lot of
Travel
people are,
lightly.
yeah, a lot of people are hoarders in another way, not necessarily.
Spiritually.
Yeah, exactly. So they're not
Yeah.
able
So
to leave. Yeah,
So I started thinking really quick about the rapture, right? And the fact that we will be harpazio, we will be caught up with him, but in the transformation, not so that we can avoid the tribulation, because in the book of Revelation, it says that when the Melachim shows Yehukanan the image of those who have the white robes and they've come, he says, who are they? He says, sir, you know who they are. And he says, yes, these are they who came out of the great tribulation, right? They endured it and they came out of the great tribulation. So I was just thinking about the fact that we put on Christ, right? We put on Yahusha and we take off this old nature, right? We take off this old, tattered, worn out tent and we put on Mashiach. We put on these white robes or these garments that cannot be moth ridden, they cannot be destroyed, and so that is part of that promise for the eternal immortality. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I wanted to mention something which
Yeah.
I think might, like, I don't know if it's for everybody or for you, but because of what we were talking previously, but what you just mentioned regarding Thessalonians, Second Thessalonians 4, it says in 15, for this way, this we say to you by the word of Yahweh, that we who are alive and remain until the coming of the sovereign will by no means precede those who are asleep. For Yahweh himself, because Yahweh told Mashiach, sit at my right hand until I go and put your enemies as your footstool, because Yahweh himself will descend from heaven with a shout. Listen to this, with the voice of an archangel, which
Mhm.
should answer you what we were discussing earlier. Yahushua is the word, the last is the voice. So Yahweh comes through the voice of the archangel. And then he mentions the seventh trumpet, the voice of the archangel, and with the trumpet of Elohim. That will be the seventh, as we confirmed in Revelation and in Corinthians. And the dead in Messiah will rise first, as those in the fifth seal. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet Yahweh in the earth, in the air. So, and thus we shall always be with Yahweh. Therefore, comfort one another with these words. So you see how we should comfort one another with these words. So it's something that will happen for sure. Yahweh has control, but we need to be prepared for it. We need to expect him, as it says in Revelation as well, regarding those who await him. Which actually you mentioned Revelation 12 not long ago, so I'll mention the very last
Sure. Revelation 12, what?
Revelation 22, 20. He who testifies to these things, as meaning testify, therefore connected to the witness that Yahushua said he would send in this same chapter. Surely I am coming quickly. So isn't it interesting that it says he who testifies to these things says, surely I am coming quickly. So Yahushua, and maybe this goes along the first and the last, I didn't mean it to do it, but in verse 16 says, I Yahushua have sent my malach, meaning that voice of the archangel, have sent my malach to testify, meaning he's the witness, to you these things in the congregations, meaning he has to be on earth within the congregations. I am the root and the offspring of David, meaning first and
What verse
last.
are you on? What verse are you on?
Oh, I'm on 16.
Okay.
I went from 20 to 16 just to explain this.
Okay.
The bright
Pick up.
and morning star. So you see how it says, I
Got
am
it.
sending my malach to testify to you. And now on the verse 20, it says,
Wow.
he who testifies to these things says, surely I am coming quickly.
Hmm.
The malach who testifies. Remember that Mashiach said, if I give testimony of myself, my testimony is empty. There is one who gives testimony of me. So Yahushua gives testimony of the Father, and the Father, through the voice of the archangel, gives testimony of the Son. So that's why he says, surely I am coming quickly.
Okay, but the
Amen.
melachim here, though, just to clarify. So, but you're not saying that the melachim or the angel is the one. The angel is not the root and offspring of David, nor is he
No,
the bright and morning. Right? He's
yeah,
testifying of
yeah,
Yahusha.
yeah. He's testifying of Yahushua, and Yahushua is the root.
Got it.
Well, that's another thing, because
Got it.
remember
Okay.
when, in fact, that's Psalm 110 that I've used so many times tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yahushua used it to tell the Pharisees that they were wrong, because and well, I guess, I don't know if you want to close right now. So if you want to close right now, let me close with this, if possible. Let me give you the verse.
110 what?
Just a sec. No, I'll actually go to the quote by Mashiach.
Okay.
Let's read, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, Matthew 22.
Okay. Oops. Why is it not? Okay. Matthew 22 what?
Let's go to verse 41.
Okay.
So it says, while the Pharisees were gathered together, Yahushua asked them, saying, what think ye of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They say unto him, the son of David. Right? So he expected this answer, because they will still answer the same. Yahushua
Right.
went to the Pharisees. He asked them, so what do you think about the Messiah? Whose son is he? And they said, the son of David. So Mashiach said, he said unto them, verse 43, how then does David in the Ruach call him sovereign, saying in Psalm 110, Yahweh said unto my sovereign, Yahweh said to Adoni, sit thou on my right hand, till I, Yahweh, make thine enemies thy footstool, meaning until I bring Satan and his angels to earth. That is Revelation 12. So Mashiach said, if David then calls him sovereign, how is he his son? And no man was able to answer him a word, neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more question. Nobody dared to ask him anything else after that moment, because they were completely confused about how right he was and how wrong they were, but they could not explain what he meant. He was saying, I am the root of David. The son of David is the son of man. He is the last. And that's why it is until Revelation 22, the last chapter of the entire scriptures, that Yahushua says, I am the first and I am the last, meaning I am the root and the offspring. Because by that time, Revelation 22, Revelation 11 already happened. By that time, the last already came and died and resurrected. So they became one, as Ezekiel 37 and Zechariah 14:9, as I always say. So Mashiach himself is telling him, how can David call how can David call Messiah his sovereign? If he is his son, that wouldn't be his sovereign, because he wouldn't have authority over him. So if David, the king, calls Yahushua his sovereign, that means that Yahushua is the root, not the branch, even though genetically he came through Yahudah. I want to make that clear. But like I always say, every prophecy that is fulfilled with the first in the literal sense is fulfilled with the last in the spiritual sense, and vice versa. So Yahushua came genetically in the literal sense from Yahudah, but in the spiritual, it says in it says in Luke that he came from Elohim. So obviously, that means in the spiritual, he came from Yahweh, in the physical, from David. But as Messiah, he's the root, not the son. And just
Makes
to
sense.
close, could you go to Isaiah 11?
Yeah.
And that's why he came as the seed that had to die to become the root.
Isaiah 11 what?
Just 11. And I'll start from the beginning. I won't read the whole thing. Don't worry about it.
Do you see
It
it?
says, and there shall come forth a rod of the stem of Yishai, that is the father of David. So Isaiah goes even uh, one parent back from David. So he doesn't put David as the one in the middle, the root and the branch. He puts Yishai, who is actually before David, right? And Yishai, as the name, what it means, it represents Yahweh, the owner of everything that is.
Right.
So, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Yishai, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. This is talking about the end times. The branch that comes from the stem, which came from the roots. Yahushua is the roots, the last is the branch. And that is why, and well, that will get deeper and deeper, but like I told you about Genesis 49, when Joseph is mentioned, he's mentioned as a branch. So then he says, and the spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom. Yahushua brought wisdom through his Ruach HaKodesh. And then he says, and understanding. Yahushua said in John 17 that he would appear again, in this case through the messenger, to give understanding. He first came to give wisdom. The last is to bring understanding. The two together, they bring the knowledge of Yahweh. That's why at the end, Yahweh will be known by the whole earth. So wisdom and understanding, first and last, Yakin and Boaz, the two pillars at the temple. So he will have the spirit of wisdom through Mashiach, and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yahweh. So after saying, and the spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him, it mentions 6 different spirits, just like the spirit of Yahweh being the Shemesh in the menorah, and then the other branches being the other gifts, I could say, that come that same Ruach, the Ruach HaKodesh. So if you were to continue, I won't. In the chapter, you will see that by the time this manifests, well, maybe go to verse 10 or 11 of that same chapter. I don't see it yet. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. And in that day, meaning the end times, there shall be a root of Yishai, meaning Yahushua, who already came as the seed who died to germinate and become the tree, the olive tree. And in that day, there shall be a root of Yishai, which shall stand for an ensign. If you could you click that 5251 ensign comes from Nise or
Yeah,
Net
hold on. What verse is it? I'm sorry.
on it 10. See the second line where it says ensign.
10. Oh, I'm sorry. I was at the wrong one. Yes, ensign. 5251. Got it.
Yeah.
And then what translation do you want? I have several.
I
This
just
one's
want to
actually
see.
a really good one
There
here.
you
It
go.
gives you a lot of
Ness.
information.
Ness nowadays is actually used as a miracle, which also goes along with Mashiach, who made all the miracles he made. But as you can see, Ness is a banner, standard. It refers to a symbol or sign representing a cause, a person, etc. Now, if you see, it appears in Numbers 21, because remember when the serpent had to be put on a ness, on a as an ensign in this case.
Oh, I see right here. It says the root of Jesse will stand as an ensign, a signal for the people.
Exactly.
It's a symbol or something indicating something else. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like a flag that represents a whole nation.
Right. A
Yahushua is
banner. A banner.
a banner, exactly. That's
A
why
standard.
Yahushua is at the right hand of the Father in the heavens, just like you raise a flag. And
Right.
through the wind, it goes to one side, right? And that shows what the nation is and what it represents. That is Yahushua as the root. So, and he's hidden in the heavens, just like a root is hidden within the earth, right?
Mhm.
So in this case, you could see the root or the tree as growing from the heavens to the earth, being Yahushua the root, standing as an ensign or as a nest. But as I was saying, when they made the serpent out of brass, that was eventually called Nehushtan because people started to seeing it as an idol. That serpent had to be put on a nest. And Yahushua said that that serpent being put on a nest was a representation of him being put on a tree or the cross. So here, as I was saying in verse 10, and in that day, the end times, there shall be a root of Yishai, that is Yahushua, the root, as he explained to the Pharisees, which shall stand for an ensign or for a nest, stands for us, an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, because Mashiach came to open the door for the Gentiles, a thing that Jewish still don't understand, but we see it here in Isaiah. The root would be in the heavens as an ensign of the people. To it, to that ensign, to that banner, Yahushua, it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be. Could you go down a little bit? And maybe 11, and I'll close with that, I hope. So, and his rest shall be exalted, because he is resting at the right hand of the Father, the most exalted place ever. And it shall come to pass in that day, the end, that Yahweh shall set his hand again, meaning the last, now the branch, the second time, meaning second manifestation, to recover the remnant of his people, second Exodus, which shall be left. We already read that, from Assyria and from Egypt and from Patros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamat and from the islands of the sea. So the second Exodus connected to the fact that the branch must stand up when the root is in heaven, hidden in an exalted place, the right hand of the Father, Psalm 110. And
Yeah, and we see this even here when it says, and he shall set up that ensign for the nations. The nations will know, they will know, and shall assemble the outcasts of Yasharel and gather together the dispersed. So there's part of that disbursement. So he's going to gather together the disbursement of Judah from the four corners of the earth. And we see that also in the book of Revelation. That was a wonderful response. If anybody's interested, I have also presented a presentation on my channel here. It's called Signs of the End of the Age. And what I do is I am not pointing to the details as my brother is, but I've taken a bird's eye view at the book of Revelation, and I break it down into 3 categories, which really simplifies things, because I think a lot of people have done, because they fail to see the categories and the patterns in which Yahuwah functions, they sort of kind of mix everything up. The timeline is like, oh, this happens and this happens and this happens, and then they use other prophecies to try to correlate with what they're saying. But in my opinion, somebody had asked, and we have a lot of questions, brother, and I know you probably have to go, but there's a lot of questions now in response to the things that you were saying. So if you want to respond to them, I mean, I'm okay with it. My daughter said, forget about Taco Tuesday. I'll just make myself something to eat tonight. She just texted me and said, I'm just going to grab something. And I said, okay.
Tell her I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. So just again, this is just an overview, a quick overview, but we were talking about that seal. And again, you haven't seen this presentation, Brother Koresh, so I don't think you really know what it's about. But I just wanted to show something here as far as the 144,000. And the fact that they are sealed. So this happens after. So basically the 3 categories, if you'll just take a look real quick, is you have the 7 seals, which in my opinion, and again, I've done the labor. If you want to look at it, you can. But I'm assuming, because of my research, that it's the Great Tribulation, and you only have really 1, 2, 3, and 4 seals that are demonstrative of this tribulation, which would be the wrath of the Lamb. The sixth seal is the conclusion of the tribulation, and that is concluded with the great earthquake, when the sun is blackened and the moon becomes blood. Well, we see something very, very significant here. If you give me just a second, the 6th seal. And I'm not going to go through all of it because it's way too much. But we see something, again, you want to look at this. And again, according to timelines, and if you understand that the 2 basic timelines are the summer and the winter. And Yahusha gives us even a hint to something happening here, the lesson of the fig tree, where he says, and learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you all see these things, know that he is near at the doors. For I say to you that this generation shall by no means pass away until this takes place. That what? The heaven and the earth shall pass away, but by my words shall by no means pass away. So what's interesting is that during the summer season, which would be basically Abib through Elul, there was a reaping, and it was called the latter rains, and it was a full cycle of the latter rains. But this is when guess what? The green figs, or the branch, was tender. It's when they would eventually reap the figs. So with that being said, I just wanted to say that we see a lot of symbolism here pointing to 3 consecutive events. One, the Great Tribulation. The next thing, you have the seal. Now, remember, there's only 4 events. The first seal, the second seal, the third seal, and the fourth seal are demonstrative of wrath. The 6th seal is the conclusion. The 7th seal doesn't happen until chapter 8. But before, you need my keys? They're in my purse. before that happens, before the 7th seal happens, there is a sealing of the 144,000 as the tribulation period comes to an end prior to judgment. And we have to know the difference between judgment and wrath. There's a difference. And so I'm not going to go through all of that right now. It's fine. I have too much. But the point is that then we see this in 7:8, Revelation 8:1, there's a prelude. It's a prelude to the 7 trumps. And those 7 trumps are judgments against the nations. Because why? At the conclusion, we see that Yahuwah reclaims dominion. And they even make a prophetic note and say, look, at all the nations have become yours. Like, so this is him judging the nations, which in my opinion is why he seals the nation of Israel. He seals her so that she is not part of that judgment against the nations. So then finally, what we see after he judges the nations, so first it's the tribulation to basically sift out, like you said, the few and the many, to sift out the wheats and the tares, and to sift out all the things. Then he has judgment against the nations, which is why he seals the nations. He reclaims dominion, which is the final judgment, 11:15. It's in my purse, baby. Look in my room. 7th judgment, the consummation of the reign of Yahuwah. And this is what they say. Look, 11:15. The kingdoms of this world have become Yahuwah's and his Yahusha, and he shall reign forever and ever. And they give thanks. Okay, so then all these other things happen. Now you have the final judgment against the nations. The harlot, or Babylon, which is a nation, she is indicted, but she's not dealt with yet. Then you have the great harvest, the wheat and the tares. And then you have the 7 cups of wrath. And that's when Yahuwah begins to take vengeance. It's when he has told those in Revelation 6:9, when they say, how long until you judge and avenge our blood? And he says, wait a little bit longer. So then it's here, and this is another witness, Matthew 23:35. He says that upon you shall come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel all the way until the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachas, whom you killed between porch and altar. So this is the first cup, second cup, third cup, fourth cup, and this is the cup of wrath. This is when he's taking vengeance for all the blood that was shed. This is when he destroys his enemies. And then we see the conclusion with the fall of Babylon. And it says literally right here, and I go consecutively, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. It says here, for Yahuwah has avenged you. Right here, in 1 hour she is stripped. Rejoice over her, O heaven, and you set apart apostles and prophets, for Yahuwah has avenged you. So this is when he takes vengeance. And it says in verse 24, and in her was found the blood of prophets and set apart ones, and all who were slain on the earth. So he avenges all the way back to Cain. And why is that important? Because guess what? Cain's blood was never avenged, because there was no commandment yet. That wasn't until chapter 6, where he says, thou shalt not kill. And that not necessarily thou shalt not kill, but that if blood is shed, blood for blood, then a man's life shall be required of him. That wasn't given yet. So when Cain killed Abel, people wonder, well, how come Cain wasn't dealt with? How come Cain wasn't sentenced to death? Well, because there was no commandment yet. There was no prohibition against taking the life of another man. Not until chapter 6, where he says, if you take a man's life, then a life will be required of you. So Cain's blood has to be avenged. And guess what? It's avenged during that time. Yeah. So I did want to give that. So if you guys are interested in checking out that presentation, and again, it's not contrary to what our brother is saying here. I think it actually complements. What it does is it gives just a timeline. It just gives 3 sections, and there's a lot to confer. but it's just basically showing a tribulation period, a time of judgment against the nations where he's basically charging them, and then you have those who he's going to it's going to be retribution time. It's going to be time where he's dealing with his enemies. So yeah, lots of questions. Are you up for a few questions, brother? I mean, you brought
Sure.
up a lot of stuff, and they were asking some questions. And while you do that, go ahead and answer this question here, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. It says, so this separation of two, first and last, isn't referring to father and son. What does this duality mean to you? What are you getting at? Just wondering. Okay. It refers to father and son, yeah. Well, but in a different way perhaps than what you are thinking here. So, okay, the separation of two. Yahweh, when he created the earth, he made it with the letter Bet. That's why the Torah starts with the letter Bet. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim et haaretz. In the beginning, Yahweh Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Well, I added the Yahweh, my bad. So, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So, Bereshit is in the beginning. The letter Bet is in. Bet is the second letter of the alphabet, the numerical value 2. Because Yahweh is one, this world is two, or second. And that's why in this world there would be duality. Male and female, up and down, right and left, sun and moon, hot and cold, and everything else, water and fire, etc., etc., etc. So everything would have a duality. So that's why Yahweh, who is one, when he decided to manifest in this reality to save his people, he said he would come twice, as first and last. He says that in Isaiah 3 times. One of those 3 times he says, I am the first and I myself will be with the last, meaning that he himself would come to earth and be with the people of the last times, of the end times. So there will be a first and the last manifestation of Yahweh on this earth. When Yahushua came, he came to manifest as the first. So he manifested as a son, the son of the Father. He came to give testimony of the Father. As he said when I read Matthew, regarding when he was talking to the Pharisees, he asked the Pharisees, whose son is the Messiah? They thought it was the son of David. He said, no, the Messiah is the root of David. So he was saying, you are expecting the son, the branch, yet here's the root. You're not accepting the root because you were expecting the branch. Like I always say, 2,000 years ago, the Jewish people expected a lion, but they received a lamb. So they sacrificed them on the cross for Pesach. Now the Christians are waiting for the lamb, yet the lion is the one
That's
who will
really
manifest.
good.
And they won't accept
Wow.
him, so they will kill him again. And
They're
that's
going to think he is the anti-Messiah.
exactly, because Satan goes around like a roaring lion looking for whom he may devour. And since the
Wow.
last comes with fire from his mouth, people won't like him that much because it's fire, not water. So it's judgment, not mercy. And that's why he comes like a thief in the night. A thief is normally like somebody who is evil. So they will see him as evil. They won't recognize him, only his sheep, because the sheep know their shepherd. Yahushua
Very
came as the
good.
door, the last comes as the shepherd. So the fact that I mentioned that first and last a lot is because they missed it in Christianity, and because sadly there are certain verses that have to do with the second manifestation of the last that are used in Islam to say that that is Muhammad.
Right.
And there are Christians who have turned Muslims because of those verses which Christianity cannot explain. And those verses have to do with the coming of the last. But since the Muslims believe in Muhammad, they have used those verses to say it is Muhammad, their prophet, right, quote unquote. So
They're Mahdi. They're Mahdi.
yeah,
Yeah.
but when it comes, well, the Mahdi, they say that would appear with Jesus, right, which they
Right.
call Isa.
Isa.
Yeah. So first and last two manifestations on earth before the final judgment, because Yahweh would give a couple opportunities to humanity. He would come to the Israelites, they will kill him. He would come to the Gentiles, they will kill him. And now neither Gentiles nor Israelites have an excuse before the throne, because they both did the same thing. Yahushua came 2,000 years ago, they killed him. Now Yahweh comes as the last, now, and they will kill him, as Revelation 11 says. So there will be no excuse for anybody. And then he even gives a third, which is right after the millennium, but that's another day. So I don't know if you want me to go with this other question, or I continue with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jerry is asking, are the two witnesses two angels, comparing to the two angels in Sodom and Gomorrah?
Exactly. Like we could, I mean, there are humans.
The things can be likened
Yeah.
to something, right? I mean, Yahusha spoke in parables, which is basically taking one thing and juxtaposing it to another so that we can see what it is
So that we
like,
can
right?
understand it better. Yeah.
Right. So we get a
So
visual. We get a
yeah,
visual.
so everybody knows. Well, a lot of people know the story of Sodom and Gomorrah and the two angels that went down. Remember that Abraham was right next
But
to.
when they called fire,
Yeah.
oh, that's good. Okay, I gotta write that down.
Remember that Abraham, which means the father of nations or the father of a multitude. Um,
Hmm.
well, he went from the exalted father to the father of nations, Abraham. So he represents the Father Almighty. Right next to him was another angel who stayed with him that day, and he was actually telling him, "I'm about to destroy this place." And Abraham started, "No, why would you do that? If there are 50 who are righteous, would you stop it?" He said, "Okay. If there are 40, okay. If there are 30, okay,
Right.
etc., etc." Until it was only one. So therefore, he destroyed everything like he said he would, but he saved that one, which is amazing because he doesn't. I mean, because of the conversation of what Abraham was asking from the Most High, we would think there weren't 10 righteous, so we have to destroy the whole thing. But no, there was one righteous, so he took him out, out of the place before he destroyed the whole thing. So Abraham was with the Malach, just like Yahweh is with Mashiach in heaven. They were on a mountain. And under it, the two angels came down as the two witnesses and went to look for Lot. They took him by the hand away from Sodom and Gomorrah. And when he was in the mountain, then fire came and destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So yeah, the two angels represent the two witnesses. The two witnesses will be two humans. They will be born as any other regular human. When they are older, Yahweh will reveal himself to them, teach them the doctrine, and then they will teach that doctrine to the world, and they will be hated for it, and they will be killed for it. So even though I have explained already how Michael is pretty much the one who would manifest as the last, that is not necessary to understand or to get into it that much, because at the end is a human being, the one who will speak.
You did it anyways.
No, because eventually we'll talk about it, and I said it because we mentioned it. You mentioned it in the thing. You left it in the presentation. That's why I mentioned
It's
it
okay.
again, but I didn't explain
It's
it.
okay.
So
Okay,
yeah,
so in Revelation 11:4, it's interesting because the idea that here, in fact, it's the word for witness is in fact actually looking, it's not actually witness. It's basically this one and
what are you
this
looking at?
one, it says. Am I not showing it? Okay, hold on. Hold please. Okay. I thought I was sharing, sorry. And so it says here, it says these witnesses, but the word witnesses is actually not here. It's basically this one or
You're talking
these
about
or
Revelation
they.
11. Okay.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that the word for witness is actually more commonly, I mean, there's obviously someone who testifies, but it's martyr, right? So I was wondering how that fits into, if it fits in at all, the idea that martyros or a witness is also can be a martyr. When you were
Yeah.
talking about in your presentation, the martyrs, right? They are witnesses testifying and they are martyred. They are
Yeah.
martyred. So that made me think, so can angels die? So that's why I was wondering, like,
If they
can
become humans,
angels,
yeah,
that's my point. That's
yeah,
my point. So angels can't die in the physical realm unless they become part of the physical matter,
exactly.
right? If they become part of the physical matter somehow, then they can be martyred. And are they testifying against the nations? Because remember, I said that it's just like a court of law. First, you have to be charged with something, right? You have to have been, you're guilty, I'm sorry, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? But
Yeah.
what charges are against you? So there has to be charges.
Mm-hmm.
The law, depending on what state you reside in, if you have violated a penal code, that penal code, which is an element of the law or statutes of that city, will then stand against you as a witness saying you ran a red light. And according to, I don't know, well, we'll say, according to the penal code 11550A, you were driving under the influence of a controlled substance. That's the case here in California. So that 11550A, that penal code, stands as a witness against you. And now you have to either prove yourself innocent or bear the guilt, because that law is charging you with violating it. So there has to be a charge against you. Now, if that's the case and you've been charged, then you still have to be prosecuted. So part of the judgment of you going to court is that you are going first to rectify the charges. Is it true? Guilty or not guilty, right? How do you plead? Then, depending on how you plead, then the judicial system, the judge in this case, acting as a mediator between the law of the penal codes and the people of the state, will then determine the consequence, right? Whether he wants to exhibit leniency or he wants the heavy hand of judgment, right? But nonetheless, he will say, okay, well, this penal code, this law, this infraction holds the weight for consequence, 30 days in jail, or a fine of $500, or community service, depending. If you're guilty, then he will imply one of those. So that is the vengeance. That's the act of the consequence of that crime. So I'm wondering, I know it's a lot of information, but I'm trying to use a parallel here, give people a visual, right? If he is going to judge the nations, then all these things are going to happen as an act of sort of like charging. He's going to charge them. But then when he takes vengeance, that's when he's enacting the punishment, or he's meting out the consequence for their crimes. So I'm wondering if these two witnesses are basically like taking record. They're recording, you know what I'm saying? Like they're saying, and they're calling out all the charges, Brother Koresh. They're sitting there saying, you know, and woe to you, and woe to you, and blah, blah, blah. And the abomination from the beginning, they're just, and the people are like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Yeah. Right? They're trying to, you know,
they're
hold
telling
on really
everybody
quick.
what they're doing wrong, and people don't like
it. Yes. I mean, in a way that is so like powerful, and it's bringing guilt, and people are like, shut up, you're exposing our nakedness, you're exposing us, right? I was watching this documentary, which I probably shouldn't have been watching, but anyways, it was about because it was about the mafia, like in Florida and stuff, whatever. And it was when I was in Florida. And so I was watching the mafia stuff, right? And I don't know where I was going with that. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know, what's interesting is that there were these two guys, they were called the Cowboy something. I'm sure everybody knows, but the Cowboy something, Cowboy Mafia or something. But these two brothers, three actually, but two that were active, they committed so many crimes, and they were just so horrifically evil. But once they finally went to prison and they were standing on trial, you know, they had a list, brother, of witnesses that were going to testify against them. And they went and they hit them. They were killing them, killing all the witnesses, taking them out so that these witnesses couldn't testify, because that's all the state had. All the state had was the testimony of these witnesses to persecute these individuals. Even though they had evidence, even though they had all sorts of other types of evidence, what stood against them more than the evidence was the witnesses. Now imagine two melachim who are not of this world testifying, because they were like the clouds of witnesses. They were like watching from the beginning, which is what the watchers were supposed to do. You know, the courts of heaven, they're watching in the courts of heaven, you know, and they're going to bring forth the persecution of the people because of their guilt. Oof.
Plus, in the book of Enoch, it says that Eliyahu and then Hanok were given the task to write the sins of people. So in a way, they're keeping charge of it.
Wait, where is that?
In the book of Enoch, but if you want the verse, I could give it to you later on.
Yeah, what? Sure. Yeah. Tell me where.
So, okay, now let me check for it. But since you were saying that...
because I have it here, I'm going to look
remember
too.
that.
Go.
Okay. Let me see.
Great discussion. This is the great discussion, by the way. Maybe next presentation, part 2, we won't do all the notes and we'll just have the discussion, right?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we'll do things your way. Seems to work better that way.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Which what you were saying, I just wanted to add how to put it in order. How Yahweh is the
Yeah.
judge,
Yeah.
Yahushua came as the lawyer, Satan is the accuser,
Perfect. Oh
and
my
then the two
goodness.
witnesses, and then the juror. We have the apostles.
Oh my goodness. And the law is the judicial system. That's the penal code
Exactly.
that stands as the witness. So that's why Shaul. Oh my goodness, my brain. Hold on, my brain hurts. So that's why. So that's why. Um. So that's why Paul says that the letter of the law kills, because it testifies against us that we've sinned, that we violated it, right? But he's saying,
Exactly.
but then Yahusha came, and he brought, like, it's a double-edged sword, right? So on one side of the sword, it persecutes us, but on the other side, it redeems us from persecution. We see the beauty or the duplicity of the Aleph Tav, the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, the death and life, meaning that all things, including life and death, are in the power of Yahuwah. Like Yahuwah has power to execute or to reprieve, right? To reprieve us of that execution or to reprieve us from that sentence, which is an eternal one, by the way.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Liebach says his question didn't come up. Liebach, can you please repost your question? So you're thinking that they are, while Liebach is typing that question in, you're saying that the two witnesses are in fact, or could be, there could be a shadow picture here somehow that they are Melachim that will
Oh yeah,
then testify between heaven and earth, maybe
yeah.
two watchers.
The shadow is clear in the sense that there will be two people coming to harvest the chosen few, like Lot, because the coming of the Son of Man will be like the days of Lot. Now, the thing about them being angels, possibly, that's another story for another day. And I just to say something about that. In Judaism, it is believed that Eliyahu was an angel before he became Eliyahu or Elijah. So before he was Eliyahu, a human being, it is said in
I
Judaism,
found it.
to make that clear, that he was an angel that asked the Almighty to be able to serve humanity in a better way. So he made him a priest. He sent him to earth as a human being and became a priest. Pinchas first, and then Eliyahu, and then John the Baptist. Pretty much.
Oh my goodness. Now, again, I'm speculating here and we're just having dialogue. It's just a conversation, people. I'm not making any claims, but this is obviously provoking. It's provocative, right? The conversation is extremely provocative. But, and I don't know, I think I'm looking at so this is the books of Enoch. And I know that there's controversy surrounding the authenticity of the Slavonic translation, the secrets of Enoch, and then also the Hebrew book of Enoch, but even the Ethiopian. And just for you guys out there, I didn't just read the book of Enoch, but if you can see my notes here, I actually did the painstaking task of, and those who know our Bible study, I translated these words for word back from Ethiopia. I learned that language and translated it back to the Hebrew, and utilized Strong's Concordance Index to determine what some of these words meant. So with that being said, look at this, brother. Chapter 25. Now, again, just speculation. Did you know that there are two angels? Two angels. And in this chapter, it says here, one is the Ophanim, and the other in chapter 26 is the Seraphim. And right after the description of both of those angels is what is called the keeper of the book of records.
There you go.
But wait, there's more. And it says, and above, so this is the description of the Ophanim. This is the description of the Ophanim. I think we just hit a jackpot. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. It says here, above these, there is one great prince, revered, high. That might be Mikael, right? Above the Ophanim. And it says here, okay, maybe not, but it says Ophaniel H, I don't know, is his name. He has 16 faces, 4 faces on each side, also hundreds of wings on each side. And he has 8,466 eyes corresponding to the days of the year, etc. And then it says, listen to this. And those 2 eyes of his face, in each of them lightning, flashing, firebrands, burning, No creature is able to behold them, for anyone who looks at them is burnt instantly. So fire comes from them. Also, the same with the Ophanim. Again, his splendor is likened unto lightning, right? Um, his appearance like firebrands, the fiery coals. Well, that takes me to the book of Revelation where it says, where does it say it, brother? Do you know the verse where it says that shoot, it says that anybody that tries to kill them,
Oh
fire
yeah,
comes out of their mouth. Yeah,
Revelation
what verse
11.
is that?
Revelation 11. I'll tell you the verse in a moment. Um,
Okay, let's go there. And you have something to say about that? Go. Tell me a
uh,
Revelation 11. What?
Revelation 11, 5.
Okay. All
Like
right.
I said, Yahushua is the water of life. The last comes as the
Wow.
consuming fire. So it would be a teaching that will test the hearts, will test the ears of people. So to see if they are gold or not, right? For gold is tested through fire. So, and if any man will hurt them, fire proceeded out of their mouth and devoured
Mm,
their enemies. Now, in Christianity, they have taken that, just like I mentioned regarding the 144,000, in the literal sense. So they even made a movie in which the two witnesses are dressed as they think they dressed thousands of years ago. They look like they think Moshe looked thousands of years ago, and they literally like take fire out of their mouths, literal fire, which obviously is not the case here, because in that case there would have to be a
mm.
sword coming out of the mouth of Yahushua.
Oh,
There would have
wow.
to
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
water and other things. So he is talking about the preaching that they will do will hurt
Wow.
people because it is not
That's
what
right.
they are expecting. And if any man will hurt them,
Wow.
fire proceeded out of their mouth, their teaching, and devoureth their enemies, their arguments. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. So anyone who will try to kill them will die in the same way that he tried to kill them. And it doesn't
Wow.
mean that the two witnesses will go around killing people. Yahweh will take care of it. Yahweh knows, like for instance, let's say a person tries to poison the two witnesses. The two witnesses may drink something that is poison, but they don't know. Yahweh saves them, just like he saved Paul and others in similar cases, Yosef, for instance. And then
That's
those
right.
people who were trying to poison them will end up being poisoned themselves. So that's pretty much what he's saying. Those who try to kill them will die in the same way that they were trying to kill the two witnesses. And that is through 1,260 days when they will preach. They won't be able to be killed until the very end of
Wow.
those 3.5 years. So these have the power to
Wow.
shut heaven. That is something that Eliyahu did. In fact, he shut the heavens for 3.5 years, which is exactly the time that the two witnesses preach. And that is
Wow.
in the scriptures that he actually shut the heavens for it not to rain for 3.5 years. So these have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of the prophecy. Rain represents revelation, it represents blessing, teaching. So they mean like one of the, obviously the literal would mean they can pray and there will be no rain, but it has to do with the blessing. They can stop the blessing from coming down, they can stop the revelation if they wanted to. That it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood. So who did that? Moshe through Aharon. So one points to Eliyahu, the other one points to Moshe, the two witnesses. Not that they are well, not that Moshe is exactly the same here, but Moshe is the main representation of this other witness, because he in Egypt during the first Exodus he made the water turn to blood, right, during the plagues. In fact, in Judaism, they think that the prophecies um like they will be fulfilled depending on how they act. For instance, what you said regarding if they build it, he will
Right.
come, right? Like in the
My
movie
evil
Signs.
inclinations.
Yeah.
Right.
So they think that if they all repent, then Mashiach would come and turn
Right.
water to wine,
Right.
which represents
Right.
joy, which is and gladness and life. That's why Yahushua made that miracle first. That's the first miracle that Yahushua performed. He turned water into wine to show that he was bringing mercy, the fulfillment of those prophecies. But the witness actually turns water to blood, which represents judgment. So Yahushua turned water to wine. The last turns water to blood because the first brought gladness. In fact, the word Mashiach means anointed. But if you take the letters and move them around a little bit, you have the word Yismach. Yismach means he will rejoice. So he who has Mashiach will rejoice. And that's why Mashiach is represented by Yitzhak, which means he will laugh, right? Yitzhak. So these have power to shut heaven, Eliyahu, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, 1,260 days, and have power over waters to turn them to blood because they bring judgment. They bring the plagues, as in Egypt, and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often as they will. So they will announce the plagues of the last 7 years, and some will make them responsible. I mean, it's Yahweh who is sending them. The two witnesses just announced them, but they will be seen as the guilty ones for the plagues. And by saying this, we could say that they have the authority to bring a plague, even if it's not written down within all of the ones of the seals, the trumpets, and the bowls of wrath. However, if that was to be the case, those plagues would be in several locations depending on what they do to the two witnesses, but mainly refers to the plagues of the end times. In fact, like I told you the other time, the two witnesses come like Moshe and Aharon. That's why they preach 10 plagues before they die and resurrect. The second seal, the third seal, the fourth seal, then the fifth seal is the resurrection of the martyrs who receive a body. So that's not a bad thing. So that's not a plague. Then we
Well,
go
they're
to
told to wait. Oh, I see. You're saying the body is the robes. Okay, okay,
yeah,
okay.
exactly. They're told to wait, but they're given bodies. Well, they're given robes. So the
Right.
second seal is something bad, a plague. The third
The
seal,
4 horses, yeah.
yeah, but I'll explain the first seal eventually because we won't stop tonight. So the second seal is the Third World War. Like I said, if this is happening right now, then we would be already in the second seal. The third seal will be hunger. The fourth seal will be pestilence and death. A fourth of humanity will die, so pretty much 2 billion people. Then comes the sixth seal, which is a mess throughout the whole world. Then comes the seventh seal, which is something that happens in the heavens. There's silence, but there's nothing evil happening on earth. The seventh seal
Right.
are the 7 trumpets, and like we
Right. It's
just
like
saw,
a prelude. It's like a prelude
yeah,
to
exactly.
what's going to happen. Mhm.
And the 7 trumpets, the 7th is the transformation, so it's something good. Therefore, we have 6 plagues during the trumpets, plus the 4 that we had at first, second, third, fourth, and sixth seal. That is 10 plagues during the 1,260 days of the two witnesses. So
Wow.
as Moshe and
Okay.
Aharon, they announced 10 plagues. They happen, and then the second Exodus will
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm sorry, but I found something. This is fire. I wish I could pull it up online. You're
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
gonna have to like go read it. So this one that I have, I don't know what translation or which you have, but this one is translated by R.H. Charles. I don't know if y'all can see. Can y'all see that? R.H. Charles, in case you're interested. But check this out, brother. Do you have your Book of Enoch with you?
I can look for it. Tell me what chapter.
Okay, let's go. But I'm looking at the Hebrew 3 Enoch. And again, I know there's controversy surrounding it, but check this out. 3 Enoch, the Hebrew Book of Enoch. So I don't know if you have that, but I am actually in chapter 27 and 28, and it's a little different depending, right? But check this out really quick. Again, speaking of the keeper of the book of records. Now, I haven't read this part ever. This is my first time. But look at what a witness this is to what we had talked about with the court system and whatnot and the 2 witnesses, okay? Check it out, brother.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to verse 2. And it says that his name is Rad Wiriel, Rad Wiriel, H. I don't know what that means, but who was appointed over the treasuries of the books. Okay. And so it says here in verse 2, it says, he fetches forth the case of writings with the book of records in it and brings it before the Holy One, blessed be he. And he breaks the seals of the case opens it, takes out the books, and delivers them before the Holy One, blessed be he. And the Holy One, blessed be he, receives them in his hand and gives them in his sight to the scribes, okay, that they may read them in the great Beth Din, in the height of Araboth Rakia, before the heavenly household, the great cloud of witnesses. Okay, check this out. And it says, and why is he called this? Because out of every word that goes forth from his mouth, a melachim is created, and he stands in the songs. Now check this out. Chapter 28. Do you got it? Do you have chapter 28?
28.
Could you
Okay.
find it? Mm-hmm.
Verse.
Just starting with 1, I guess we'll just kind of skim through it.
Okay.
And it
Go ahead.
says here, do you have it online or do you have it physical?
On the computer, PDF.
You can share it.
Okay,
You can share it.
I'm not sure. Let's see how you start to see if it's exactly the same.
Okay. All right. So it says here, Ishmael said to Metatron.
Yeah, no, that's not it. So
Oh.
yeah, it must be
No?
a different
Okay, it's speaking of the
order.
Urim.
So go ahead, you
and
tell
the-
me. I'll listen.
Okay, it says the Urim and the Kadashim. Does that sound familiar? The Urim and the Kadashim. So there's 2. The Urim and the Kadashim. What they are, I don't know, but listen to this. So it says, above all these, there are 4 great princes. The Urim and the Kadashim, by name, high, honored, revered, beloved, wonderful, glorious ones, greater than all the children of heaven. There is none like unto them among all the celestial princes, and none their equal among the servants. For each one of them is equal to all the rest together. And their dwelling is over against the throne of glory, and their standing place over against the Holy One. So what's interesting is that as you continue to, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but as it continues to read, it says that there are 2 on each side. 2 on each side of the throne of Yahuwah, right? It says the Urim are 2 and the Kadashim are 2, each standing on each side. So check this out. Moving down to verse 8, it says, and those Urim and Kadashim are standing before him like court officers before the judge. It's exactly what you said. And they raise, it says here, it says, and they raise and argue every case and close the case that comes before the Holy One, blessed be he, in judgment, according to Daniel 4:17, which I'll bring up in just a minute. It says the sentence is by the decree of the Urim and the demand by the word of the Kedushin. Whoa. Then it goes on and says, and some of them argued and others passed the sentence in the great Beth Din. Some of them make the requests before the divine majesty, and some close the case before the Most High. Others finish by going down and confirming, that is, executing the sentences on earth below. You see? According to Daniel 4:13 and 14, where it says, behold, an and a Kadushi or Kadish came down from heaven and cried aloud and said, throw down the tree and cut off its branches, shake off its leaves and scatter his fruits. Let the beast get away from under him or under it, and the fowls from his branches. And why are they called this? Because they are the spirits. It says that they sanctify the body and the spirits with lashes of fire on the 3rd day of judgment, as it is written in Hosea 6:2. After 2 days will he revive us, and on the 3rd day he will raise us up. So on the 3rd day, the bodies of the 2 witnesses are laid out, sprawled for 3 days, and on the 3rd day they're raised up. And it says, and we shall live forever before him. It goes on, if you want to read it, I'm not, but it goes on. It says that they are literally, their purpose and their job, all of them working together, is to basically testify against the accusations of Satan and his charges against Israel. Because listen, just like you mentioned in your presentation, the charges against Israel are for the sake of destroying her. So just like anybody in a court of law, if you have somebody that's brought charges against you, then there has to be a sentencing, because Yah is a just El. So he does it purposefully, not just to bring guilt upon her head, but so that she might be condemned under the accusation of her charges, right?
Yep.
Oh my
I,
goodness, but I mean, I have to look more into
and
this. But
the,
what? Who are these? Who is this and Kadesh? Could it be these two angels
well,
that are
there's a
bringing
connection, no
charge?
doubt. The fact that you mentioned two on one side, two on the other, kind of
Yeah,
goes with Yahushua and John the Baptist, and then the two
right.
witnesses on the other side,
And then
separated by
even Moshe and
2,000
Aaron.
years. Yeah, of course, represented by
What?
them. And also, just in case, like if you go
Oh my
to
goodness.
um but I think it's one of the other books of Enoch, when there's a vision that he has of pretty much the entire history explained with animals, in chapter 86. In the other translation is chapter 87, so I'm not completely sure how it would appear on yours. Chapter 86 or 87, just in case the verse begins saying, "Again, I saw how they began to strike one another and to devour each other, and the earth started to cry out." So that would be the beginning of the chapter from which I am
Mm.
about to read. But the verse is, let me see, verse 86. It says, "But the sheep began to kill these, but one of them was saved and was not killed." That
Okay, wait.
represents,
You want me to pull that up for you?
if you can,
Yeah, it's right here. Just tell me where to go.
80, verse 86. What
What
chapter
chapter?
did I
What
say?
book?
I
What
forgot
book?
already. Well, Hanok, but
Oh, we're looking at. I'm sorry. Never
okay,
mind. I
okay. So
interrupted
yeah,
you.
it was
Okay, go
Hanok.
ahead. Go ahead.
So
Okay,
this part of the one I was telling you about earlier regarding Hanok, right?
got
So
it.
you'll find it.
Okay.
So it says, so like I said, he's talking in a metaphor, a vision that was
Okay.
given to Hanog, in which he saw the entire human history explained
Mm.
through animals. So humans were represented by animals throughout the entire story. So we are in the part, verse 86, when it comes to history, is the time when Eliyahu was on earth. So it says, "But the sheep began to kill these, the prophets. But one of them, Eliyahu, was saved and was not killed." Right? He was taken
Mm.
away. "She leaped and cried out against the sheep that were desirous of killing her. But
Mm.
the sovereign of the sheep delivered her from the hands of the sheep," meaning the congregation, I mean, the people of Israel, "made her ascend to dwell near me." Well, uh, in this case, it says she because it's talking about a sheep. So they write she or her, but that sheep represents Eliyahu the prophet, who wasn't killed. So then verse
Mm.
87 says, "But the sovereign of the sheep delivered her," meaning Eliyahu, "from the hands of the sheep," those who wanted to kill him, "made her ascend and to dwell near me," meaning next to Hanok, in paradise, after he was taken up to heaven. So then, let me see, farther ahead in verse 104 says, "The pastors and their accomplices delivered those sheep to all the wild beasts that they might devour them, but each of them had received a determined number, and it was written for each one of them by the other one," meaning that one that was next to Hanok, writing down stuff, "in a scroll, how many of them they had destroyed." So we see that that sheep who was taken without being killed next to Hanok in paradise, the two who went up without dying, that other one, Eliyahu, is the one who is keeping in a scroll, writing down uh, their
Wow.
sins. So then it says, "Each pastor killed and destroyed more than were prescribed. And I began to weep and lament and on account of these sheep. Then in the vision I observed the one who wrote," once again Eliyahu, "how he wrote down each one that was destroyed by the pastors day after day, and he carried it and exhibited all of his scroll, and showed the sovereign of the sheep all that which they truly had done, and all those they had delivered up to destruction. And the scroll was read before the sovereign of the sheep, and he took the scroll in his hand, read it, sealed it, and put it in the archive." And then he continues, "After this I saw," and so it goes on and on. But through just what I just said, and there's more even, uh, that shows how the prophet Eliyahu, who was taken away without dying, was taken right next to Hanok to become the scribe who would write down in a scroll the sins of those who were given authority over the congregation. So I hope
Wow.
that's
That was so good.
great.
I could go on and on. Let's close up with we have like two more questions, but let's close up with this. We have Reynaldo. It says I don't know
Well,
who. I don't know.
maybe.
I don't know
Well,
who
there was
Juan
one by
is.
Leebok, but you changed it. And I had not answered, and I feel
No,
bad
he was
because.
just saying. He was just saying like drop the mic. You guys answered my question, so yeah,
Okay, great. All right,
he was satisfied with our response. I
perfect.
think. Okay, so
So it
thank you for
says,
that. But
Juan
I
the
think he
Elijah
means.
is an angel. That's why Yahushua said that one is more than a prophet. Well,
I think he
that's a
means
good point.
one,
Yeah,
right?
I
Yes.
mean, Yahuchanan, right? John the Baptist. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
John. All
Yeah.
right, all right. You have to help
So
me. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what he means. So yeah, because they would call him Juan in Spanish. So John the Baptist, who was Elijah, as Mashiach said, um, in the simple way, when Yahushua said that he was more than a prophet, he meant his importance in the whole thing. He was the one who would prepare the way. He was not just a prophet that would announce that he would come, but he was the prophet who would prepare the way and would point to him and say, "That's the one that Yahweh told me would be the Lamb who would take away the sin from the earth." So um, that's the simplest explanation or interpretation to that verse. But what you're saying is a good point. I mean, it could be interpreted that way as well. The fact that he's more than a regular human being, he could be a malach. And I say that, I repeat, because Yahushua said that Yahuchanan the Immerser was Eliyahu. And according to Judaism, Eliyahu was first an angel. And I believe that to be possible. I'm not saying it's a complete fact because it has to do with Judaism, not something that is explicitly in scripture. Like at least not uh, as of now, I haven't seen a verse that says or that can point to Eliyahu being an angel before he became a human. But like I said, that is a part of the belief in Judaism, and I find it interesting for because of all the things that we see in scriptures. And this was a good point, being more than a prophet.
Okay, nice save. Yehukanan is actually a Levite. He was supposed to be in succession, but they had, through the practice of nepotism,
Yeah.
um, the priests that were in office were self-appointed, and they weren't allowing Yehukanan to immerse. And
Mm.
so immersion was part of the tehillah and the rechetz washing rituals or the oblations, although they couldn't maintain the ablutions without a temple. In order, ablutions meaning water, oblations meaning fire. So he couldn't obviously do the offerings made by fire because he wasn't given access to the temple, but he was still able to keep the offerings made. I'm sorry, the water rituals. And so um,
And
I
it was and it
I
was
think it's
as
Mhm.
Yahweh wanted it, because the immersions had to happen in the Yarden, the representation that the Yarden has
Or in a
spiritually.
receptacle like a mikvah, right? A mikvah doesn't mean immersion; it means the receptacle. So it had to be running water. Oftentimes, people, once the tabernacle was established through Solomon, people had homes or residence where they would create these receptacles that ran, like you mentioned, from the Jordan, the free flowing water into those little receptacles, right? So yes, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
But the idea is that he was maintaining those, he was keeping them clean outwardly, at least, purging them outwardly, allowing them to be immersed and to perform the water purification. But it's interesting. So I don't know that I would subscribe, and I like the fact that you said it's a possibility, and though it's interesting, the theory, but I don't know that I would subscribe to him being a melachim.
It would
Interesting,
be a malach,
because
but
he was
I
born of
mean,
a man and born of a woman, right?
yeah, just like the last.
Maybe the
in
spirit.
fact,
I know, I know.
in
Don't
fact,
go there. Hey,
remember that, like, and I
I'll
just
press
say
the
this
hang up button right
yeah,
now.
go ahead if you want to.
No.
Uh, no, I'll just say this. I'll just say this, and it has nothing to do with being an angel. Just so you know. But Yahweh gives us examples of how things, of the things He would do. So just like Hanog and Eliyahu were taken up alive to show that there would be 144,000 who would be taken up alive. There's also an interesting thing in the fact that Eliyahu went up alive, but then Yahuchanan was born, and Yahushua said that is Eliyahu. So it's interesting that he went up alive with his body of that time, and then to come back, he had to be born again because new wine in a new wineskin. So since he had to come in a new time, he had to come in a new body. So even though he had left with the body, he came up. I mean, he came back in a new body through Zechariah and Elisheva. So that was to show how Mashiach would leave Earth, would go up with his body, but then the second manifestation would have to be born on Earth, just like it happened with the second manifestation of Eliyahu as John the Baptist. Now I'll see this question since I think I'm alone. So Messiah
Okay,
is said to,
wait.
go ahead.
No. Hold
All
on,
right,
sorry.
read it. Okay.
Hold on, I have something. Hold on. Yeah. Put your guns away. Put your guns away. All right. It says here in Luke chapter 1, verse 17, it says, many of the sons of Yasharel, Gabriel, right, foretells Yehukanan's birth. And it says that many of the sons of Yasharel, that he will turn them back to Yahuwah, their Elohim. And he will go on before, this would be Yahusha, he's speaking, in the spirit and the power of Eliyahu.
Mm-hmm.
This is also conferred in another verse. There's actually several witnesses, even Yahusha himself, saying that he comes in the spirit of Elijah. And so to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children. So this is the authority that he has, or the anointing, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the righteous, to make ready a people prepared for Yahusha. He says, how can I be sure of this? Zechariah asked the Melachim, I am an old man and my wife is well along the years. Now in Malachi, or as I like to say, Malachi, in Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, it says, behold, I will send you Eliyahu the prophet before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahuwah. So I'm just, again, wondering, this is what it says that he's able to do, which is to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children, etc.
Mm-hmm.
The one that was spoken of through the prophet Isaiah, a voice calling out in the wilderness, prepare the way. That's what Yehukanan said. And then Mattheyahu 11:14, and if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who was to come.
Right there. He
and
is.
going on. Right. But again,
Not
this
like,
Melachim gives a
not
direct.
similar. He is.
No, I know, but the spirit of Elijah, right? It says literally right here, in the spirit and power of
Remember
Elijah.
what I said earlier
What?
regarding
You said a lot. Which one?
when the spirit
Which one?
entered the body of Adam, that's when the soul
Mhm.
of Adam came to be. Yahweh sent
Animated.
his neshama as the ruach, and once the ruach entered through the nose of the body of Adam, he became a nefesh chaya, a living soul. So Yahweh sent the same spirit that entered the body called Eliyahu. He sent that same spirit to a new body called Yahuchanan. And when that spirit entered that body, it made the soul of Yahuchanan, which is an extension of the same Eliyahu, because they were both brought
Mm.
up with the same ruach,
Oh
the
my
ruach
goodness!
of
Oh my
life.
goodness! Oh my goodness! I just saw that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little animated here. So, if we continue reading, Zechariah is asking Gabriel, "How can I be assured?" And he says, "I am Gabriel." Replied the Melachim, "I stand in the presence of Elohim, and I have been sent to speak to you and to bring you this good news." Well, this is before the consummation of Yehukanah. This is before he was conceived, right? So he first speaks the word, Zechariah receives the word, and then it comes to pass. So it's the same thing with Miriam when he goes to Miriam and then proclaims the good news to her, which is that Emmanuel, right? That she's going to conceive, and then the Ruach overshadows her. So it could be, I mean, it's possible. I have to still look into it, but I like where you're going with this. So basically what you're saying is that so and he says, and now you will be silent and unable to speak until the day this comes to pass, because you did not believe my word. So you challenged me, right? So you can't speak against it. In other words, you can't. It's going to come to pass. You're not going to speak against it, which will be fulfilled at its proper time. And so it's interesting. Again, the word was spoken, the word was given, and then it was received. And so what you're saying is that while the word was given, the spirit of Elijah then would enter into the physical embodiment of that infant, that child, that fetus.
during
and be brought
conception.
forth as the spirit and with the authority. Oh my goodness, reincarnation. Do we want to go there?
I don't know if you
But I
want
could
to,
see it.
maybe
I could
next
see it.
time, but if you want
So
to,
it
that
could
will be
also then be that
John
the
9.
word, it could also be that the word that was in the beginning
In fact,
was
can I
also
tell you something
spoken
that is
into
pretty
the
cool?
womb of Miriam and was embodied in flesh.
Exactly,
Oh
exactly.
my
And
goodness.
that's why, and also, remember that the father of Yahuhanan was called Secharyahu. The mother was called Elisheba. So through the union of the two names of the parents, you get Eliyahu. Elisheba, Sechar Yahu. Eliyahu, Sechar Sheba. That would be my mighty one is Yahweh who remembers the covenant. So through the union of Sechariah and Elisheba, Eliyahu would come, as you can see in the names.
Oh, okay. So they're asking this question right here. Let's go to John 1:21. But nonetheless, let's see. Hang on.
Just
You
Jerry.
want to answer it? Yeah, read it. Read it. Read it.
Well, Omar already answered him, but yeah, we do have a
Oh,
channel.
really?
Like, if you know Spanish, that would be great because we have a lot more information in it. But if only English, we have the channel The Way of Yahweh, which is the name that used to appear under my name. So The Way of Yahweh, The Way of YHWH, the channel. You're right, channel The Way of Yahweh on YouTube, and you'll find it. Um,
Oh, it's
and
not this one.
let me see. Oh well.
You know, I put the
What
information
question?
in the description box
Oh, I appreciate it.
in this channel. I put it in
John
there. So if you guys
1:21. I am not. Yeah, but they were asking Elijah. They were not asking Messiah. And remember that Yahuhanan the Immerser, he himself
Mhm.
doubted Mashiach. He was in jail, not expecting to be in jail, and he told some of his disciples, "Can you go and ask Yahushua if he's the one we were waiting for?"
Mhm. Okay,
And
hold on.
Mashiach.
So let's read this. Read it. What does it say?
Well,
It says
can I read from? Yeah, okay, I'll read from
what
here.
translation? Yeah, I
19.
can read a different translation.
And no, that's fine. Well, if you can put the New King James just to make it a little bit, but if not, if you don't have it, that's fine. Oh, that one, you can put that one. TS
Okay.
2009.
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
So, and they asked him.
They
Oh,
asked who? Who's him?
yeah. Let's go back.
119.
19. Now, this was the witness of Yohanan when the Yahudim sent from Jerusalem priests and Levites to ask him, "Who are you?" Because he was immersing people in the Yarden,
Right.
which means
Mhm.
he who descends, because
Mm.
Mashiach would descend to earth and then would descend to Sheol, just like the river goes to the sea, the soul goes to Sheol. So being immersed represented death and resurrection when coming out of the water. So they sent from Jerusalem priests and Levites to ask him, "Who are you?" And he confessed and did not deny, but confessed, "I am not the Messiah," because that was the main point. They were thinking, is he the Messiah? So he right away confessed.
He confessed and did not deny.
Exactly. He did not deny that he's not the Messiah, because
Mm.
some in his position would love to take that title, right? So he just
Mm.
made it clear, "I am not the Messiah." And they
Okay.
asked him, "What then are you? I mean, what then? Are you Eliyahu?" So he said, "I am not." "Are you the prophet?" And he answered, "No." So you see that they were waiting for the Messiah, Eliyahu, and the prophet, right? So who's the prophet? The prophet is the last, the witness like Moshe, who comes with Eliyahu in Revelation 11. So look the order in which he speaks: Messiah, Eliyahu, the prophet. But Yahuhanan came to prepare the way for the Messiah. So it should have been Yahuhanan, the Messiah, Eliyahu, the prophet. Is that clear? Because
No.
Yahuhanan came to prepare the way. Now, as you read earlier from Malachi 4, Yahweh says that he would send Eliyahu before the great day of Yahweh. So the day of Yahweh is the 1,000 years, the millennium that is about to start. So he would send Eliyahu right before that as one of the two witnesses. But in Malachi 3:1, we read that there would be a malach who would prepare the way. A malach. In fact, that could answer what brother was asking regarding Yahuhanan. like I don't want to like go from here, but let me see.
Sure, no, it's fine.
Could you go to Malachi 3?
Yeah. I'm still this one hurt. This one hurt my head. I think it broke my brain.
I'm sorry.
Malachi 3. No, not you. It's the verses. Okay, Malachi 3 what?
3:1.
3:1. Don't yell at me. You see that,
I'm sorry.
everybody? You see?
I'm just passionate.
Okay, okay.
Malachi 3:1. See, I am sending my messenger in Hebrew. That says my malach. Well, malachi
Right.
means my messenger, and
My
malach is
angel.
what people call angel. So yeah, I am sending my angel, and he shall prepare the way
Oh,
before me.
wow.
So that is John the
Oh,
Baptist.
my goodness.
But it doesn't say Eliyahu, even though Yahushua explained, no, that's Eliyahu. But the verse doesn't say Eliyahu. So John the Baptist says, no, I am not, because he was referring, I am not the Eliyahu of the end times. I'm the one who prepares the way.
Mm.
They were asking
Ah.
for the Eliyahu of the end. So he said, no, I'm
Oh.
not that Eliyahu. I'm not him. Is that clear?
Ah. Okay, 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 okay. But
Then,
earlier in our conversation, and
yeah,
don't go there because we'll just be here for another 5 hours.
yeah.
But earlier in our conversation, you were saying that this is Mikael.
No, I was talking about, I'll continue to read. See, I am
Okay.
sending my messenger, Yahuhanan the Mercer, and he shall
Mhm.
prepare the way before me, the first manifestation of Yahweh. Then suddenly the sovereign, Yahushua, you are seeking, because we are seeking salvation, forgiveness of sins, comes to his Heikal, to his temple. Yahushua said, destroy the temple, and I will raise it up in 3 days, because he was talking about his body. So Mashiach would enter his body, made with the genes of Miriam. Even then, he says even, so that's a third one that is sending. That third one is the one called the prophet in John 1, when he said, I am not Messiah, I'm not Eliyahu, I am not the prophet. These three are right here. So could you go up a little bit? So it
Yeah.
says even still in one, even the messenger, or in this case, even the malach, so another malach, even the malach of the covenant, which we see in Daniel, that the malach of the covenant is Michael, in whom you delight, because
Mm.
he's bringing the goodness of the Father. That's why when Yahushua was walking on
Ah.
earth, he was called good. And he said, why do you call me good? Because Yahushua came to bring life. The last
Mm.
comes to bring the goodness of the Father. So, in whom you delight, see, he is coming, said Yahweh of hosts. And then he continues, and who
Mm.
is able to bear the day of his coming, the day of Yahweh? And who is able to stand when he appears? For he is like a fire, meaning it's talking about the last, for Yahushua came as the water. So after he begins with the messenger of the covenant, it comes in the end times. But hopefully, with what I just mentioned, uh, answers what the sister, I think it was a sister that was asking.
Yeah, Jessica.
Okay.
Um, Yeah, that's funny. Okay, just let's not get into a huge come on, you guys. I was just joking. He's not yelling at me. They're like, he's screaming at her.
Oh, for real?
No,
My bad.
he's not. No,
I
no.
heard somebody. I heard somebody saying that my voice was too low, so I tried to
It
speak
was
louder.
extremely low in the beginning. It was.
Oh,
Look at all of our
yeah,
diehard watchers, like viewers, right? So like they could just go on and on.
yeah.
No, this is great. So, but and I don't want to get into it tonight because there's so much to it, but I'm sure you guys are all intriguing. I'm sure this is very intriguing to you. But so there is something here about yeah, it was a joke, Jess. It was a joke, Prissy Mama Life. It was a joke. I was just messing with my brother because sometimes you got to break the monotony. There's a lot of information here, and so it's my house. We'd like to have fun here. Um, but interesting. It looks to me like that messenger of the covenant might be Yahusha and not necessarily Mikael. But we're gonna have to save that for another day because that's gonna take like what another 10 hours. But
Perhaps,
something
yeah.
to note here.
That's
Look in
fine.
Malachi 3:5. Again, we see another pattern, though, of a witness bearing testimony against. Now, the reason why I like to use the
You
King
see, I'm so
James Version.
right
Yeah, go
there.
ahead.
That confirms what I was saying. And I shall.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Uh-huh.
I shall. Oh, where it is. And I will come
Uh,
near. I will come
wait.
near, meaning as the last. He will
Yeah, that's
manifest
it.
to you to judgment, and I will be a
Mhm.
swift witness.
A witness.
So he comes as a witness, as the messenger of the covenant, against the sorcerers, pharmakeia in Greek, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers, and against those that oppress, etc., etc. But could you click where it said swift, just to see? And I don't know this. I just want to see. Well, you see how you clicked on witness? That's aid,
I
right?
did. Mm-hmm.
Aid. You see how the word aid or witness is the eye that sees the door, the ayin
Right.
and the dalit. That's why the
Mm.
witnesses see Messiah. They give testimony of that which they see, the truth.
Food.
And that's why the witnesses normally are those who have seen what happened. And when it comes to
Mm.
this one, well, that's testified. That's an extension of aid. And I'm not sure if you clicked, or is that the one I, what was the word? It's just I cannot see it right now because that is covering the scriptures. But the word that said, the other one that, uh-huh,
With
swift.
Swift?
Swift. What was the word in Hebrew there? Just to,
Mahar.
okay, mahar. Yeah,
Mahar with the
hurry up.
guttural.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mahar.
Mahar.
Yeah, to hurry up.
Yeah.
So
To flow. But
yeah,
I don't really like Strongs. Let's use the TWOT.
always mahar,
Something quick.
mahar.
Mahar. Yeah.
So yeah,
Mahar.
that swiftness is connected to Boaz. Not the same word, but same meaning or synonym. Remember the two pillars, Yakin and Boaz. Yakin means he will establish. Yahushua came to establish the kingdom. The last is Boaz. He comes with swiftness. So it's interesting that it says like a swift witness, because that's what Yahweh sends. And well, there's so much I would like to say right now, but I don't think we will
Yeah,
ever
well,
stop.
I was going to bring up this word for witness to make a point
Go
that
ahead.
those two witnesses, again, they are going to testify because we see another pattern here. Obviously, a witness, but somebody who gives testimony, somebody that has recorded information. And I think we brought that up in your notes. But it also says here that is a prince or somebody who has that kind of
Exactly.
authority, right?
That's why he's the
So
prince of the covenant.
I don't know if you've ever been what is it called when deposed? So it's called deposition, right? Deposed. I've been deposed before. So when you go through a deposition, you're basically questioned to the point of exhaustion by the other party. And the sole purpose of being questioned, so say you're going to go to court and you're going to sue somebody, which was my case. While the other party, the defendant that I was suing, their attorneys or his attorneys, they wanted to depose me. And so I went with my attorney, sat there for like 3 hours and allowed them to ask me a bunch of questions that they were going to eventually ask in court anyways. But this was through mediation. We were in a small little room with a court reporter and a camera, right? You're on camera, everything's being recorded. So what's interesting to note is that they're not asking you questions because they want to know the answers. What they're trying to do is determine if you are a viable witness. They want to question you to the point. They want to look for something that's going to basically say that your testimony has been obstructed somehow because you dealt drugs or because you were a prostitute at one point or because you slept with a bunch of men, whatever. So they're looking for something to sully your reputation because they're assuming that your reputation, if it's honorable, then your testimony is going to stand as one that's honorable. And then the jury is basically going to say, well, she's a doctor and she's a philanthropist and she's done great work and blah, blah, blah. So she's a good witness. So here, the idea of these witnesses being princes or SARs or authoritative, meaning they have an esteemed reputation. And it's interesting again, because how can you have to be without mar. You have to be without, like I'm sorry, I'm going to say this word, but a whore can't testify against a whore. Like this was the problem with that documentary I was watching. They had a bunch of drug addicts and drug dealers testifying against these two brothers that were drug dealers. And you know what happened to their testimony? it was thrown out of court. I mean, the jury just basically laughed at them, right? So the idea is that they were looking for noble, they were looking for individuals who were of good reputation. So it's interesting here. It says, look at, to protest or to testify, right? That is to keep record, to stand upright, and to give a warning, to bear a call. And that takes me to this: to establish or to confirm the covenant as a symbol, to give testimony of that which is written or oral, such as that covenant or that penal code. And it says of Elohim himself that serves as a witness. And these are the verses. So again, what does he testify against? And it's this pointing to the book of Revelation, where it says, and I will give a swift witness against the sorcerers, the adulterers, the liars, and all those that oppose the hireling in his wages, that is the widow and the fatherless, and turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, says Yahweh of Elohim. Well, just really quick, it's interesting to note that those who do not enter the kingdom are sorcerers, liars, and adulterers. It says right here that these are the ones that are going to bear the swift judgment. So that is all. Hello.
Yeah. You didn't ask me
Hi.
anything, right? I was just listening.
Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done. Yeah,
I
I think we're
mean,
tapping
I
out.
can continue if you want me to, but I don't think
I
that would
made
be.
a comment. It was not an open-ended comment. It was an
Oh, yeah,
open-ended comment. You know,
yeah, I mean, I
open-ended
agree.
meaning keep the dialogue going.
I'm
I
sorry.
think we're done for tonight. That's good. Look at, they just keep throwing in their questions. I think they just
Yeah.
want to see us. They just want to see us chit-chatting. But I think we're going to call it a night, and we'll reserve what's left for next week. Yeah,
I'll
willing.
I'll just say one thing to Jerry Morris, who's telling me that I should check the priest. I don't know where they went, but now he's saying the names of the priests under David in First Chronicles tells a story, which are the 24 elders. Yeah, it tells a story, the meanings of the names. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. And yeah, I've done it. I've done that study. I don't know if it's available in English, but I've already done it in Spanish a couple times. Um, and yeah, it's a very interesting message that we get through the names of the 24 families of the priesthood that would rotate throughout the 6 years. Um, and they connect with the 24 elders. However, according to another book taken out of scriptures, the 24 elders would be actually the prophets who came before Mashiach and prophesied of Mashiach. That's why they are elders, because they came before the time in which Mashiach manifested. But yeah, that's just to answer, because I saw that he was writing a couple more things, and I guess that's it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm fine. Here's what's funny. So, we still got like 100 people watching. It's so funny. Like the
That's
people
great.
that are diehard, they're so hungry and thirsty, right? Praise Yah for that.
Yeah.
I've always said with my presentations that I think 2-3 hours, sometimes I can go 3-4 hours on my own. I'm thinking, you know what? I usually reserve the best for the last, right? So kind of weeding out those who are diehard, those are tenacious, that are just like, yum, yum, yum. They usually stick it out to the end and they get the best. And I think this conversation
True.
was probably better than anything else we were talking about. Not to say that your presentation wasn't amazing. It was phenomenal, but unfortunately it wasn't you flowing as I'm
Yeah.
sure you would have preferred.
Yeah, that
So
was
here's what
mainly,
we'll
I
do.
guess, because of the wrong translation of AI, and I
Yeah.
was missing some verses that I would have loved to read, but that's fine. I mean, Yahweh does everything, and at the end, everything came out, and I think that a lot of people understood,
Yeah.
hopefully, and those who got disconnected earlier, maybe not, but they can come later on and see the rest, and we still
They're
have more
calling
to
it the
go.
after party.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, everybody. So we're going to conclude tonight with a video of Koresh. I was going to call you Dr. Koresh. What?
Oh yeah, you're
So
used
used
to
to
the
working with
doctor. Yeah,
Dr.
I know.
Pigeon, yeah, and Dr. So
Yeah.
and so. Sure. Doctor and is actually in the scripture as a teacher, a doctor.
Oh, great.
The teacher. Mhm. So where you get the
Okay.
word doctorate. Yeah, or doctrine. Okay.
Sure.
Let me bring up I think this is an amazing video, and I just have to play it. And it's the one prison. Is that it?
All right. Yeah.
Yes, prison. Okay, let's bring it up. Okay, hold on. Give me just a second. And if there's anything you would like to conclude with, you can go for it.
No, I just want to say thank you to you and to everybody that is still listening, and those who went away even when they see it later or whatever. Thank you for listening, for staying up so late, and for that hunger, and love you all.
Matrix
those
is
who I know and those who I don't. So yeah, I would bless you and love you, and I'll be seeing you around. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad that you could join us. And then everybody else, thank you guys for being patient and courteous and kind and supportive. Yeah, willing, we'll see you guys next week. Shalom.
It is all around us. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind.
Prison! You're locked it up within your prison.
After this, there is no turning back.
Prison! Forever guarded in your prison.
Remember,
Prison!
all I'm offering is
Where
the
others
truth.
make all your decisions. And when it's weak, the kind of bird how to fly.
We're living in a jail that's inside a prison. A jail for the mind in which you are in prison. Built by an architect and his masons who cover all the bases, tying all your laces so you fall like 2-3 paces. When I rise, I wanna see their faces. With the spade, I finish all the races. Make one nation, burn the races. Organize this world like braces. Get out before you run like raisins. The kids were given in Nissan by the reason. The two people don't listen. Lately they can't even listen. Lost, I see the masses are missing. They're swimming in confusion, believe in illusion, generated to trap you in delusion. Like evolution, an evil notion that you came for myself in the middle of an ocean, which in turn became a monkey. To believe it, one must be a donkey, but people like it funky, playing the wrong key. Preparing the big band to avoid the big day. Judgment on the way, what I speak is not for debate. You were taught to reject the faith, blindly believing in what the scientists say. Don't you see they're getting paid, keeping people at bay? Cause of the steps that you take, like inception to break your conception of faith, for whom there's a lake. Your will is the game, yet they chose to frame a new world order. Just let the lane reason, not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Reason why Noah announced the rain. Now I'm here to proclaim the same. For the stain who disdain, he who came to reign. Instead you seen the one who made the mainframe of the world, programming your brain. It is a lie that you have been trained to accept without hearing a counterclaim. You are blocked not to hear the same, all believe the same, even though no one has ever tested their claims. Following a train going straight to a flame that started before time began. Hillel devised a plan to take over the land. Advised the third of angels to rebel against the man. Gave the fruit to even then began taking what does not belong to him, replacing truth with what is vain. Simple and plain, the fist is breaking in. Let's pretend you don't feel the cage caving in. Matter of fact, think about it, let it sink in. Humanity's letting them in. Scientists are gonna bring the end. The creator said it would be happening, yet they use the same prophecies to claim he's mean or insane because of the pain. Now seeing that only men is to blame, going on the wrong lane with the only aim to gain the fame and money of this plane. You hire a plane and shop for when it's time to pay. I'm here to show you the gate, don't go for the bait, it's already late. A prison, not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison.
If you are not one of us, you are one of them. Sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them. Every single man or woman who has stood their ground, everyone who has fought an agent has died. Where they have failed, you will succeed. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world.
We're dying in a jail that's inside a prison for the soul in which you are in prison. The vessel which is sinful got you working as a tool for the flesh to bring the rule of the fool to level deep like the legs of a stool. Samael, Hillel, and Azazel to make humanity new. Wandering luminaries that can damn for your soul. They ain't prepared for the bull. Soon the time for earth is full. That's when Yahushua came to school. Those who rule, descending to his footstool. His prison since he was before the sun, and now has come time for you to run. The wrath of the Lamb will manifest on the land. People have the Another house is built on sand. Would you be able to stand? Are you able to stand? Said Cain, Job, or Abraham. Can you understand? Your rights are being taken by Satan. What's crazy, you keep chanting, yes we can. Bringing Abaddon again. Your heart is dark like a cake and sealed like a can, like body can. But what can I say? If you ain't hungry, then I guess it's over. You cannot get over what they have built over your mind. So I'm here to guide as the anomaly for you to find true reality. This three-dimensionality, in actuality, has to do with a triple entity. Being formed in the womb of the whole of Babylon, and gestation won't take long. A prison, not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a prison. Not to let you reason, so that you don't listen. Not to see the season, they have you in a